Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Imris Saga Rising Shadows. This is Chapter 3. Is it Session 4? Is that right? I think that's right.
Yes.
Look at the YouTube. Jack says yes, so I'm going to trust that. Yes, Session 4. Um, I'm joined by my cast, as always. I'm not going to turn it over to them, because they're terrible. Absolute butts. A lot of them. Looks like Marisa maybe got a haircut, so we could talk about that.
I did get a haircut.
Good. All right. Um, I do hope everybody's doing well. We have been chatting for a little bit, so slide us in there. Choosing to use innuendo this
Don't
time.
start so early. I'll just leave. I'm not feeling well. Nobody asked, but I'm not feeling well, so I'll just leave.
You know, that could be a response to this or to another scenario where I said those words.
It's
Sean
gonna be a
got me
great session,
started.
gang.
Sean got me started early. Okay. So last session, you guys fought these spider drake demon monstrosities in a library, in which I used some words that I regretted later on during the combat. It was a good combat though. There was a lot of pinging back and forth there. These spiders kept breathing poison on large swaths of you, which was not fun for most of you. But in the aftermath of that, Sulveran and Uba went and harvested some of the poisonous elements of these creatures, and now kind of has some of those things with them. You guys searched through the library, not finding a ton of interesting books, unfortunately, because so much of it was written in languages that you don't know. But you did find a number of interesting magic items, including a half of a smaller deck of many things, which only Will knows about and has of the main party. I believe they told Calla as well. But you found a couple other things as well: a cube of force, a magic smithing hammer among them, as well as some gemstones. You then took off, rested a little bit, had some conversations before setting off, deciding that you were going to try the side entrance of the citadel, which you had noted after you got to the top of the library. Upon getting there, you did find that there were two guards guarding it, although, the party was like, we could probably take them, but Will decided to try to see if you guys could find out a little bit more about the city while also perhaps gaining purchase. After some back and forth, there was a couple tense moments in there where they weren't sure what you were about, and you were kind of not sure the best way to approach them because you didn't really know anything about them. They suggested that you go and seek out one Lothkar, who they said they could be found in the foundries. Seems to be a duergar who is kind of against the current power structure. You don't know the exact specifics of who they are or what they do, but after being given that information, you departed. And that's where we're going to pick up. So, you guys are still in the city. You are currently staying outside this side entrance. If you guys are heading to the foundries, I'm going to have you guys make me a new stealth check. You do have pass without trace for a little bit still, but you are starting to get to the point where it's going to run out after a little bit. I don't know if Uba wants to re-up that or not.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. It's not out quite yet, but I'll let you know when you get to that point.
Okay.
Since it does only last an hour. Set aside like a smart person.
All right, not bad, not bad.
Okay. So we got 6, 16, 34, 33, and 20. Still pretty good, thanks to Pass Without a Trace. Otherwise, it would have been more of a mixed bag. Okay. So you guys make your way out from this section. You kind of back up a little bit and then loop around the citadel just to better avoid in case there's better eyes watching up top there, and so that you can avoid some of these more wider open spaces like the courtyard, or not courtyard, but the city square that's in front of the citadel. You do pass by again a couple patrols, but you're in the city. There's lots of cover here behind buildings and down in alleyways for you to sneak down into. And thanks to Uba's Path Without a Trace, the clankings of Medea's armor are blissfully deadened as you are walking along. You are able to once more escape any real detection in the city from what guards and other creatures there might be down here. Can I get everybody to make me perception checks as well as you guys are moving about through the city? Okay. Alveron, bringing the average up.
Oh, gotta try.
Alveron, at one point, as you guys are walking through, kind of hurrying from one alleyway to the next, walking across a smaller street, you do notice that there are in the corner of your vision off to the side. At first, you think it is the blanketed darkness, the magical darkness playing tricks on your eyes, because you see movement of a shadow kind of in the corner of your vision. But when you stop for a second, as the others kind of slow noticing this, you do see that it appears to be, in addition to the duergar patrols, you see a shadowy demon. It's not a shadow demon like the ones you encountered in the desert previously. Those you probably would not be able to see at all in this darkness. But it is a demon that is kind of cloaked with a shadowy mane, whose eyes kind of search about, casting off this demonic bluish glow in them. It's quite large, maybe a little bit bigger than Sulveran, but there's only one of them. But it's clearly kind of stalking, and as you're kind of watching it from your relative shelter next to this building, it is not patrolling like a city guard would patrol. It's patrolling like you would patrol. Like it is trying to be relatively stealthy and catch people who are stealthing, who are in alleyways and places where like city guards wouldn't often think to check. But it doesn't seem to have noticed your group.
Gotcha.
And you can easily depart from there.
Okay. As we're moving off the X there, then I will kind of move about the group, especially since I'm one of the stealthier ones, and just let them know that there's at least one, but I bet there's more of some type of skulking in the shadows type demons we're more likely to encounter out here. So be on your guard. And with that, I've got my bow unstrung and got an arrow knocked as we're moving.
Okay. Eventually, you make your way across the city once again. At about the halfway mark, Uba, you do have to re-up Pass Without a Trace. So you cast that again to keep everybody stealthy. I'm not going to require you guys to make another check since Uba is willing to spend that. You eventually arrive, and by the time you arrive to this place, there are actually a couple smokestacks going up here. But one of them is kind of separate from the rest, who are mostly seem to be in a different side of this building. You do note that it seems to be one large complex as opposed to like this is not like several individual blacksmiths. This is like a smithing complex kind of thing that you're seeing before you, and this is where you've been told you will find whoever Lothkar is. You kind of get up to it and look inside. It is fairly dark inside still. There's not a lot of lights. You see close to where it is quite open though. It's a very open floor plan kind of thing, big and spacious, with a railing above kind of lining the whole thing. You see, if you kind of look inside, there appears to be one forge that is lit over here on this side of the building with the one smokestack. And you can't see to wherever the other active smokestacks are at the moment. There's several doors to this place. There's a couple quite close to where you are. There's a couple that seem to be more on a back side. There is a big front entrance as well, which I will assume that you want to avoid, but it's up to you guys.
What sort of vantage point are we at as we're coming up on this?
You're kind of street level with it. You could get up onto some buildings if you like. Most of the buildings here are 3 or more stories, so it is a bit of a climb to get up there unless you want to go inside one of them. But you're kind of just watching it from like across the way. There is a good amount of distance between like the residential and commercial buildings and this, like, it's basically, I'll say factory is what it looks like kind of on the outside. Probably for safety. About fires and stuff.
Jack, what form is your familiar taking right now?
Snake.
Oh, gotcha.
A little weirdo face snake.
Would they be able to like climb up the building and give us could they give us a snake's eye view?
Let me have a look at this.
You heard me, Charlie.
But also, Will could fly up there.
Yeah, lots of people have the option to fly up there. But Sulveran's not a good idea because he's loud.
I have to work out what Nah, snakes don't have a particularly good climb ability.
How far is the range on your site for that? Quite far, right?
Quite familiar. 100 feet.
Okay. You could.
I can see out of it to 100 feet, and you can see an extra 30 because you gave it 30 feet of dog vision.
You could send your snake up to there, and see a little bit through a window, but it's a little bit too far for it to like go in a meaningful amount, and you still be able to see out of it from your current spot.
Right. Is there a particular place that you want to be able to see?
I mean, no, it's more like I want to make sure we're not being followed intentionally, that one of the roving patrols didn't pick us up, and if there's any other like useful information we can get on the on the forges and everything. Instead of sending one of us to scout, having the familiar do it, essentially, and having it draw less attention.
Yeah, I still need to be pretty close to the familiar to be able to see through it effectively. Will's like thinking, looking through some scrolls.
Just so you guys know, it would be an athletics check to climb.
Yeah, I mean, I'm confident enough in doing that. I was just thinking that this would be lower risk and everything. But I can do it. I've got no issue.
After Alveron mentions the familiar and the difficulty of that, Sulveran will I think he discussed it last time with Will, but Alveron may not know. He will explain to him. I can make you invisible for a time. Or anyone else who is willing to make the climb. I
don't
am
want you to
willing,
have to
but...
I don't want to have to burn your spells for it. I should be okay. I'll lose pass without a trace, but I'll be all right.
Excuse me. Uba could come with you, but that would mean everyone else would have to be like extra stealthy on the ground. I'm not sure if it would be better to come with you or not.
Yeah, that's why I think. I mean, I can just do it, and I have a good stealth. And
go ahead and make that roll then.
All right. What do you want first, the stealth or the athletics?
Do the athletics first, because if you fail badly enough, that.
The pass without a trace has a 30-foot radius, so Uba is gonna like stand directly underneath where you are, climbing up the building.
That's possible.
Uba's like a Wi-Fi router.
Sulveran's like holding you up, like.
Yeah, hands on the feet, just like straight lift.
All right, hold on.
You
Let's
found
see
a
if
way
we're gonna
for three
burn
of us to
something
take full damage.
real quick. Let's see if this is gonna happen already. Oh no, it's saving throw or attack roll. All right. Well, that wasn't great.
Okay,
Starts climbing. What are the buildings made out of?
Mostly like stone.
Yeah, I full on pull one of those stones out. I'm guessing.
Go ahead and make the stealth check to see if you can. You do. So you didn't roll quite bad enough to like straight up fall from a terrible distance. You're probably beneath you. It's okay, but you did fall enough that it might make some noise. Oh, sorry, roll with disadvantage as well.
All right, just roll it again, and then we'll know to take the lower of the two.
Sure, that's fine.
Oh boy!
13.
Oh, thanks fucking God.
Okay.
Then we'll see it like hesitate on that one real quick.
Yeah.
You
I
start to climb up, scrambling up. You've done this tons of times with rigging and maybe even other buildings and stuff. And you do start to climb. And by the time you're about halfway, you do feel like you go to grab the next handhold, and the stone kind of shifts inward, like it's not quite solid in there, and it kind of slides forward. Your hand misses, and it throws you off balance. That you start to teeter backwards, and you aren't able to catch yourself. You begin to fall downwards. Everybody else can see this as it's happening. They're not.
Cast feather fall.
They're not super high up as well.
It's fine. It's more embarrassing if people slowly, so I cast feather fall.
Okay. You're kind of like swinging your arms still. You're cognizant and have enough wherewithal not to really gasp or yell very loudly, but you find yourself slowly following. So you land on your back on the ground. If somebody was looking that way, there's a pretty good chance that they saw you, but you didn't make any noise or anything like that. So unless they were already looking at that spot, you think you weren't noticed.
Gonna stand up real quick and okay. Let's look back. Thumbs up. Wasn't sure who cast that, but it's fine. Am I able to try to make that climbing roll again if I try a different side of the building, or how do you want to? Because I'll try it again, but
Sure, you try again.
it's up to you.
Can
Yeah.
I say this time I didn't realize, but well, like Uba, after trying not to laugh and get caught, Uba is going to point out some handhelds for you and give you an advantage because Uba's proficient in athletics.
It was
I'm
gonna
only
point at
proficient
the
in
ladder
athletics.
right next to you.
Yeah.
Alveron, have you
Will's
noticed
gonna
there's a
ask
fire
a
escape?
general question.
You
As Alveron is
point towards the
moving up
ladder.
moving up and starting to climb again, Will's gonna ask to the other three a general question of like, if we're here to try and broker some kind of alliance with the duergar, why are we trying to break into their base of operations?
As funny as it would be if you had failed again, it would have been a failure. You, following Uba's careful advice this time, managed to scramble your way up to the top, where you're kind of now Batmaning it at the corner of this building. As Will asks this question to everybody else.
Wait. When you say Batmaning it, do you mean like peering in a skullduggery-like fashion, or do you mean standing tall and brutally in a spotlight? Because these are two very different things.
You're like next to, a fixture on the roof, is what I mean. You're kind of standing.
Gotcha.
Mimic. You can see a little bit. So you're kind of closer to the edge. You can kind of see a little bit the wall, the tops of the wall, which again appear to be unmanned still, as far as you can tell. You, with your higher perception, you do notice off in the distance there are a couple, now that you've got a bit of a vantage point. I'm going to assume you climbed one of the slightly taller buildings.
Yeah.
You do see a couple patrols moving about. You are kind of thinking you can't stay in that spot for too much longer because somebody's going to walk by eventually. You can see a little bit better into the foundry as well. You can see this one forge is lit. There appears to be a figure moving. It's kind of casting shadows in the firelight. This fire does appear to be normal looking fire, kind of red coals and everything. It is going quite hot at the moment. You can see that. And they do appear to be working on something. There are at least a few other figures that you can see in the shadows moving around with them, maybe talking about something. You're like kind of watching them from a distance through a window, so a little bit hard to tell exactly what they're doing. But there's probably at least 5 people in there.
Okay.
You can also see that this that you're facing, the building is segmented somehow on the inside. You're not sure exactly how, but you don't think that anybody else is in that room unless they're actively stealthing, which they could be.
Gotcha. All right, stay up there just a little bit longer, and go ahead.
I'm also going to want you to roll me 2d20.
Just good die, bad die.
I'm sure it's fine. Everything's fine.
You begin to descend, I think, after seeing all of this, unless you want to shout at your friends.
That's the worst kind of big good die, bad die. Whenever you just say, okay, and you move on with life.
Mm-hmm. That's Andrew's version of, are you sure you want to do that? Literally, my adrenal gland excretes all over itself whenever he says that.
You all see Alveron finish descending back to the ground floor. Or street level, rather.
What language do the duergar speak?
They speak a form of...
If I pull the party.
They speak a form of Dwarvish. Which somehow none of you speak.
Nobody speaks Dwarvish?
Uba does, yes.
Oh, great. Excellent. Well,
rely on
Uba's the one
Uba
I
for
wanted to speak
translation.
Dwarvish. That's fine. Will's reading a scroll. It's just like... It's like, as she reads it, she's just repeating things, and through the different languages everyone speaks, they start to overlap, and they're all in all these different languages. The same like little chant of arcane magic, and I'll cast comprehend languages on myself from a scroll.
Okay. I think you can just auto do that.
Yeah, it's a level 1 spell. I should have copied it to my wizard spell book, but I forget that this is a thing. And then Will says, "All right, why don't we go talk to the presumably duergar that are in this place that the duergar told us the duergar would be? Uber, I'm gonna need you to translate."
Uba nods and kind of like puffs their chest out like they're feeling very important right now.
As they should.
Great. Will smiled and says, "It's just part of being an emissary. You become a lord, and then you become a translator. It's all the path that nobility takes. And I'll give you bardic inspiration
Thanks.
in case this requires every persuasion check to be made by you."
I think I just realized that Will's bardic inspiration most often comes in the form of negging, and I'm not sure.
It's only lately because it's so early in the morning and I've been sleeping very badly. So like I'm slightly snarkier than Will is.
Have a vodka Red Bull and get back.
I didn't have time to go get a Red Bull. I woke up when the game starts.
That's
All right. The rest of you can hang back or come with us. Probably coming with us is the less duplicitous choice.
Silver just is already falling into step.
coming right along.
So everybody's entering in. Okay.
Yeah, I'm unfurling the blindfold because we're in some form of light now, and just letting it be like the thinnest layer over Will's eyes.
Whispers continue to not confound, to hound your steps. Occasionally, Alveron, you think you see another of these demons, but it's just the shadows playing with your mind.
I have mentioned those to the group, but I know it's a matter of the perception of them. Do any of them seem to be? I don't know if this would be an insight check or not, but like we see them. Do I think that they're just on their like roving paths, or do I feel like they're attempting the subterfuge of, "Oh, we totally don't see you"?
That would be an insight check for sure. Definitely.
I'm gonna try it. Yeah.
14. You, in the back of your brain, have the sneaking suspicion that that these creatures are looking for things, a thing, whether it's you guys or something else in particular, and that they normally might not be out here like this. Whether that's true or not.
Check on what kind of things they are based on what Alveron is described?
Sure, I guess. Sorry, it's just I'm like thinking it's a little weird because the moment had passed earlier.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where Medea's now just like Alveron had described them, but it's more like I'm playing like Medea is like terrified in the moment and is like taking a moment to catch up to the situation. Like, oh, we might actually have to fight these things now. These things are like a present thing in my life.
Sure. Again, I think I maybe misspoke when I was talking to Alveron. Alveron, you haven't seen another one of these things. You just kept thinking that you were seeing them.
Okay.
Oh,
from the shadows
gotcha.
playing
Sorry.
with you.
Yeah, my interpretation of that was
for you. It was I understood because it's reminding you of it, but I had to think about for Medea because it's like, well, that happened earlier. But I'm happy to go back a little bit.
I can't believe you told Sean that. Because
you were just going to let
that you
Alveron's
paranoia off the party.
I know. I should have just left it
atmospheric.
I don't know, man. There's demons everywhere, man.
Sorry, Medea. Can you roll at disadvantage because of Alveron's descriptions are not great. With
Okay,
these things.
that makes it in that one.
Okay.
Are you implying that Alveron is not a trained demonologist or arcanist in any sense of the word?
Yes.
You're
I mean,
literally describing shadows that you're jumping.
You have neither religion nor arcana, and your int is only 11. So, if it were Will, I would have let them describe it to the others perfectly, or
Yeah.
even Medea.
This is blue collar erasure, and I will not.
I mean, would
stand
you
for
let
it.
Alveron make a religion check to see how well he can describe it?
I'm going to punish / reward Sean's good role playing in that Alveron does not know enough about magic shit to get a check.
I'm completely in favor of that, to be entirely honest. I was gonna be a priest, and then I was kidnapped by
You just
fucking
gave
pirates.
up.
I know
You
what
just gave
sales are.
Yeah.
Fuck you, people.
Clearly, it's some kind of shadow demon adjacent creature, but
Mhm.
you're not sure.
Mhm.
As you're having these thoughts as you guys are approaching the doorway, you find it unlocked. It's this large pair of double doors. They're made out of metal, or at least banded with metal and wood. Opening it up, you all begin to enter. Who's leading? Is it like Will, Uba, then everybody else kind of? Okay.
Yeah, but I'll also
I'll take
knock
up
on
the
door.
rear with just ready to snipe.
Okay, so you're kind of watching out back more than up forward.
Yeah.
So as we go through and open the door, will also knock on it, like as a universal sign of, like, we are asking permission to be here.
we are on
You
board.
you do hear there's no immediate like let me see, who is it? There's like a shuffle of people maybe putting something away or something like that. Roll me a perception check. You and Uba can do this since you're focusing on the door where everyone else is kind of a little bit spread out. Okay. Both of you do distinctly hear like shufflings of paper more than like metals or anything like that. Like they're stowing away maps or documents of some kind. You do not immediately get a response. Do you still open the door?
I wanted to open the door and knock after it was open because
Okay, so you're
Will
opening,
is
knocking. Misunderstood that.
yeah, knocking on the way through.
Okay. Well, in that case, you can kind of see them stowing what seems to be maps and documents of some kind. Hearing it. These duergar, 5 of them turn to look at you. One of them is a little bit that kind of stands out slightly from the rest. They seem to have a bit of stubble. It's not a full beard, but like thick stubble on their face. They are wearing a blacksmith's apron, almost like a tabard, underneath a suit of armor. Or sorry, on top of a suit of armor. And they're kind of looking at you with hard eyes. But they don't recognize you, so they'll call out in. They're speaking in duergar, which is a form of Dwarvish. Uba and Will, you both hear. Who are you? Shut that door or leave.
Will gestures to Uba and says, in common, could you translate?
Uba nods, and is ready to say what you say.
Will waits for a moment and says, I mean, translate what they just said?
Oh, can you not fully understand what they're saying? Even with
Sure.
comprehend languages?
Yeah. If Uba asks that, Will says yes. That's why I'm asking you to translate.
Okay.
No duplicitous reason.
There's
just
a
outside.
ruse that is being played here.
Yeah, now it's a ruse on Uber, which
Marisa failed their insight check, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'll just say for the sake of like ease of conversation, Uba will translate everything
That's fine.
back and forth.
Great.
Uber relays this to
After
them.
getting the translation, I will turn to the two beefy people behind me and ask one of them to close the door. Could you close the door, please?
Sulveran is like already going to close the door before he realizes that he is not the person being asked. All right, carry
You
on.
are one of the beefy people.
Yeah.
I thought I was, but
Um,
then Andrew started narrating closing the door, so.
No. I just
So
assumed that one of you was going to do it without saying.
Oh, okay. Got it.
we got like a little symbol, right?
Yeah, you were given a
From
token
the
from the duergar,
Yeah.
one of the guards.
Um,
You don't know their
So,
names or
kind
anything,
of-
though.
Sure. Will orates in common in like her most performative. I am a person trying to do good, and says, "We were told by some duergar that we met that if we wanted to help lessen the plight of duergar by dealing with some kind of demons," and she pulls out and holds like so everyone can see the symbol. That we should come and meet. I don't write it down. Lothkar.
Since you said you were doing it a little bit performatively, make a performance check.
Sure.
You kind of try to orate this through Uba as well. Okay. You say this, pausing while Uba kind of quickly repeats it in Dwarvish, pretty close to word for word, maybe a couple slips here and there. The group of Duergar kind of like glance at each other. Lothkar says, "You may approach. I am Lothkar. What is it that you are looking for me? Why have you come to this city?
Will smiles and says,
Upworlders tread here rarely, if ever."
Will smiles as like stepping forward with Uber, like listening to Uber's translation. Partly because comprehend languages gives you the exact literal version, and the translation gives you like more texture to the words. But also to give herself an like time to formulate the next sentence. And she says, "Well, we originally came here to. Did he speak Common or Dwarvish?"
He was speaking in Duergar because
Right.
he might know Common. You
I
didn't
thought-
ask ever.
I thought I would ask. I like the idea that we're both doing the same thing, and he has a translator. He's translating like Uber's Dwarvish into Duergar. No, so Will steps forward and says, "Well, we originally came because we're looking for someone that we have reason to believe is in the city. But upon seeing what the demons have done to the denizens of Harkantor, we felt it would be unjust to not attempt to disrupt the status quo a little bit more than just getting what we came for.
Mm.
So we're going to go into the citadel and potentially we'll rescue our friend, but we'll also attempt to deal with some of the demons. And while we're not asking for direct aid in that battle, we thought that it might be useful to your plans to know that we were doing something like that."
Uba like relays this, and you can see him kind of thinking like gears turning. He does step out a little bit more into some light, so you can kind of see his face a little bit better. He is like this pallid, like deathly color, much like all of the rest of the duergar you've seen so far. Although you, in particular, you would consider him to be like quite an unattractive person, even for a dwarf, a duergar, who's with the pallid skin and everything. The tip of their nose is gone, giving them like this slightly skeletal appearance. In that sense, one of their eyes has gone milky white, although as far as you can tell, they can still see out of it, or at least they seem to be like directing it, and it seems to react normally. They're when they kind of like open their mouth, you can see that their all of their teeth have been sharpened slightly to points, which none of the other duergar that you've seen so far have had that aspect of them. And they have a significant amount of scarring on their face, whether from monsters or maybe lashings. It's a little bit hard to tell, but they're definitely like somewhat disfigured in that sense. But as they listen to your speech and they say, "When are you doing this?"
Well, we were about to walk into the citadel when we spoke to your brethren. So we were going to do it immediately, but if it serves for us to wait for whatever reason, we could be persuaded.
Give us a moment. They turn around and begin to whisper, knowing that Uba can understand them. Uba, if you would like to, you can try to edge in closer and make a perception check, although they might notice you doing that. Will technically could do this as well, but
I'll give it a shot. Sure. I'm sure it's fine.
okay.
Eh.
You can still try to be able to hear them, but you're going to have a much harder stealth check to get close enough because you are not picking up on their duergar is different enough that it takes your mind a little bit to put it into normal dwarvish and then output it into common. So you kind of have to get close enough to really understand what they're saying to each other.
I'll give that a try because I still have advantage and pass without a trace active right now. So
Okay.
actually, yeah. Aha.
Yeah.
I guess that would be a 31, right?
31 with a plus without a trace. Will's watching Uber, like knowing that Uber will never give up this opportunity.
Uba, you inch forward. So you do have to move, and you do miss part of their conversation. So it picks up halfway with one of them saying to the other, "I can have this cell in position by today, but all of the other ones, all of Menken's men, they're not going to be able to be at the right spot in time. Never warn them quick enough." Like thinking. Say. One of the other ones says to Lothkar, "You think we can do it? Can we still kill Lord Zakan if they move today? If they do something, we won't be able to wait. They'll lock everything down." I need more information. At which point he turns back to everybody else. Uba, you quickly shuffle back to appear like you haven't moved closer to them.
Turn
And
back, nose to nose with Uba.
they don't seem to notice, or if they do, they don't seem to comment on it. Lothkar says, "Tell me, what are your plans? And apart from causing a scene, how can I use you? My aim is to kill the god. If I think you're going to hinder me more than help me."
Will says, well, our aim is first and foremost the retrieval of our friend who is in the citadel. He is not unuseful person, but if it could be aligned that in doing that we removed a demonic entity that was oppressing people, we would always prefer to excise the demons. But we know little of the citadel. We would not be adverse to testing our metal against any demon lord that we've yet to encounter one that's been a problem that we couldn't overcome. But you know the city better, and you know the situation better. And if there was a way that you could use us that allowed us to achieve our goals as well, we would be willing to work with you.
Kind of thinks about this for a second. He says, very well. You are lucky. Baron Kala is not here now. So, true master of the Citadel is gone. That is why we are trying to move swiftly. This. If you help us to eliminate the Khan, we can provide maps and intelligence. I think I am aware of who you are after, and I can direct you to their cell in exchange for mutual aid.
Will nods and says, would you like, would you need us to wait some time, or could this happen today?
If I were to ask you to wait, I would require a week, and I suspect you have not the time.
Oh, the darkness, it holds heavy over us, and we are weakened by the day here.
Kind of reaches out at that and almost like touches, like tries to touch the shadow around all of you. Almost like just reflexively at your mention of it, and while nodding, but not really responding to that once he hears Uba translate it back. Come closer. You and your companions. And they begin to pull out these documents and maps, which they had previously shoved down amidst some blacksmithing gear, and lay it out. You also see them pull various weapons and kind of place them at the table to kind of be in easy gripping distance from their hands, already unsheathed. As they beckon you forward, Lothkar will also begin to point at some of the maps. So he has in front of him what seems to be a map of the city and what seems to be floor plans for the citadel. And there are there's about 6 different maps here. The one of the city, and then several different floors of the citadel that he has kind of detailed. All of them have writing on them in Dwarvish, which Uba you can kind of make out. Comprehend languages that's only on voice, right? That doesn't work on text, or I forget now.
It works on text, but it takes a minute to read it, like a page.
Okay. Yeah, so that's like really slow going for you. But Uba, it seems to mostly be like names and like orders and directions. So it'll have like so and so's unit, will go in at this time once this thing has happened, kind of thing. Like all these orders. And they seem to have had a plan to kind of cause a distraction at the front gate. They were going to go through the sewers and up into the. It was kind of a multi-pronged attack. So they were going to send somebody to the bed chambers to lay down poison and hexes in case that this other main group, which was going to go to the throne room to like fight Zakon, failed. It seems. While also sending some guys to release all of the prisoners that they had. Uba, you also pick up. They were going to send some people to the edge of the city, what is marked out as the dragon's lair, to free the sacrifices, is what it says.
Okay, Uba is just like translating everything they read so that everyone else can understand.
You also note that additionally, there seemed to have been a plan to grab Lord Zakon's daughter. It doesn't really detail why, but that was part of this plan as well.
I think that because Uba tends to lack tact, sometimes Uba's going to point to that particular part and ask, why would you want to take his daughter? How would that help your cause?
Make an insight check.
Okay. Not very good at these, so we'll see.
You got this. Never mind.
You have a bardic inspiration die.
You do have a bardic inspiration die.
How
Will,
much is-
About to run out, probably.
Will, you can also make an insight check since you are hearing this.
How much is the bardic inspiration die now?
The D8.
D8.
Very insightful here.
I'm also not feeling very inspired.
Oof.
Yeah, I inspired you for something different.
So you're kind of like wondering this aloud. Will, you see like some of the dwarves kind of glance at each other for a second, but you're not sure why. Like something about this question to get like some kind of extra reaction, but you can't place it exactly what the reason is. Zakon says she's important to what happens after. Lothkar says she's important to what happens after Zakon is dead. He says it a little bit forcefully. You can pick that up even with an 8.
Was the bit that did Uba mention that bit out loud in common about the daughter?
Say not in common because it was directed at Lothkar.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what is known.
So, Will's kind of looking at the maps and stuff, trying to get a good idea of what the citadel looks like for when they're in there.
Yeah.
And says, so, if now that we're working together, what would your plan be to utilize us in dealing with the Lord?
You already spoken to the guards at the side entrance. He points to the sewers. We were going to clear the sewers out slowly so that we could approach from underneath. But if you and your group goes in through the side entrance. We could go fight Sikon there. You don't have to go out through the sewers.
So, us and your forces will all enter through the side entrance. We'll find Second, and we'll end Second.
I will go with you. The rest of the men will be needed at the front gate to help with that distraction. We were not able to allocate as many forces if we are to strike today. Delaying a day would not make a significant difference. I suspect the longer you are in the city, the more chance that somebody sees you or says something, lets something slip.
Or that we lose enough of our ability to think quickly. Will you indulge me with casting a spell?
He gestures.
I'll just send ascending to my simulacrum and be like, all right, just teleport here.
Teleport now, straight.
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna also Upa, the name of the dart was written. I just couldn't find it in my notes real quick. Her name is Zandilla.
Okay.
So I just put it in Foundry. So the baton that you carry, or the other half of the warp anchor
Medea has it.
that Medea carries, begins to glow and there's a bit of noise flash, but you're inside, so it's not like super loud. Some of the duergar do clutch at weapons. They don't start to lunge, but they're like, oh shit, this is not you cast a message spell, and then there's this portal opening up, so they're a little bit thrown off. But Lothkar just stands there waiting. After a moment, the anchors kind of touch as Medea holds it out, and the simulacrum of Will appears in front of everybody.
Looking exactly like Will, except wearing a red coat.
Sulveran just stares at the second Will and says, "That is still more surprising than it ought to be."
Both
seen you do
Wills
weird
look at
shit.
Sulveran. Both Wills look at Sulveran and simultaneously say, "How is this the most surprising thing that you've seen?" As Red Will I think just walks over to normal Will and they have a hushed conversation, which regular Will starts in Gnomish, where using their joint similar brains, they just Will just gets the other Will up to speed very quickly.
Okay.
And then she turns and says, "All right, well, this will help us with a little bit of firepower. I am willing to, if it will help your people, send this one." And Will gestures to her simulacrum, and the simulacrum raises its hand to the front gates.
Lothkar will think on it. If you can make enough of a noise, then that would be beneficial to us to draw as many guards and warriors, demons as we can up to the courtyard, city square.
Will nods and is looking through some spell scrolls and stuff. Control water is such a gamble if that doesn't work. And nods and says, she has my current capabilities, but so there is some disruption in that. Not a lot. and she like unpins the incendiary cloud spell, which she knows won't do damage to a lot of demons, but a giant incendiary cloud appearing is disruptive.
Yes, it is.
So she will grab that and I guess give that to her simulacrum. But yeah, I'll send the simulacrum with the people at the front gate, and she'll just expend all of her stuff, even if it's just casting like hailstones after hailstones at demons and stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. The incendiary cloud would be basically a perfect. It's like a big thing.
It's just if it works. But...
kind of nods. Lothkar will then say, "Very well. Whenever you are ready, I will start to signal my forces. From that point afterwards, we will have about 2 or 3 hours to get into position."
Do you happen to have any objects of magical means that might be useful that your people don't use?
Thinks for a moment.
Rolls 100, we get 5 magic carpet.
Here's a sun sword. Here you go. Here's a sword of
Here's
demon
a sun
slay.
boot.
Yeah.
It does 5d10 damage on a ranged attack using charisma.
Here's this relic. From what Dix said, I could offer some healing potions. That's about it. Everything that we have on us is used by someone.
Will nods and says, I thought that was probably the case. If you can spare a few healing potions, I'm sure that we would always relish the extra protection they afford.
Okay. He will then hand you. He'll hand you all a healing potion, or enough healing potions for each.
Just a standard 2d4.
Yeah, just standard.
Yeah, you give everybody one.
Apart from Lothkar, these guys aren't super well equipped. Is your impression? They all have like military level arms and armor, but Lothkar is the only one who seems to have any amount of magical stuff on him.
Okay.
Right. Will turns to the others and says, anyone else have anything to add to the proposed plan?
All that explanation about, like, a lot of that explanation went on in Duergar, other than what Will was saying, right? Like, when Uber was speaking is pretty much as translation.
Yeah.
Okay, then in that case, no, because Sulveran doesn't know enough about the kid or the daughter to ask if the daughter is a kid or not. So.
Out of character, I don't think if the daughter's a kid is the correct question. I think is the daughter a demon? But Will says, well, if we have a few hours, then perhaps we can rest quickly. I did have to save one of our companions from a humiliating fall earlier.
He gestures towards a closet, which you will find has bedrolls as well as some foodstuffs in it. Although I assume you guys have your own, but he'll still offer it.
Hospitable.
Do you Do you want Kala and Bart to follow you guys inward into here while you're resting? Do you want them to head back to the other place?
Probably to just be here and then travel with us and do the 10 minutes behind us thing.
Uh,
Yeah.
They'll come in then after a quick message spell is sent out. Resting.
I think that during the rest, Uba is going to, bring up that information specifically about them wanting to kidnap Zakar's daughter, and also, I don't think this was said in common, but the freeing the sacrifices from the dragon's lair, and we'll just kind of repeat what Andrew said about that, and then say, I'm not sure if these are relevant to us at all, but both of them seem strange enough that I thought it was worth mentioning.
The sacrifices. These people look beleaguered. Are they their own people that they are sacrificing?
I don't think they said so.
I think the likelihood is that the demons are sacrificing Druga to a dragon, and part of their plan is to save those Druga.
Uba nods and says, it certainly makes sense, but I don't know if we'll have the energy or strength to, do these battles, rescue Torilus, and also rescue people from a dragon.
I assume by fighting the dragon or dealing with this usurper, we probably would be rescuing Torilus, at least Oxy.
Sure, if we deal with the demon, then we know where Torilus is, and we can collect him and leave Lothkar to do whatever they wish to do with Harkantor.
Really not. Yeah. It's not our business how they run it.
Mm-hmm.
After, because I know Will was alone when she had the conversation with the two guards about Lord Zakar not being a demon but being one of the duergar, right? How much like
wait, just so I'm clear, because my memory is that they were talking about Lord Lothkar, who is a droga.
No,
I can't do this in voice.
No.
Lord Zakar
sorry,
is also
I thought I corrected this. Lord Zakhan is not a demon. Lord Zakhan is a duergar.
Right, he is Draugr.
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
I've tried so much.
And that's why
so much effort on this.
I tried to correct it again because I specifically said that above him is Jaren Kala,
the actual demon.
who, if you want, you can roll a religion check on.
Sure. While this is happening,
but he's gone for some reason, for some amount of time that Lothkar didn't specify. You feel like you've heard the name Jaren Kala before, but at the moment you can't place it. Where it might be from. I'll type that up as well.
That changes like a lot of stuff in my brain, but I think it's still probably fun to have brought the simulacrum. Now Incendiary Cloud's much better. Alright. While the five of us are talking and Simulacrum Will has been left to her own devices, she has devised a cunning ruse.
Sure.
Can she start talking to Lothkar about details of like what this city would look like if it was the most abhorrent thing to like the version of this that is the non-demon corrupted Harkantor? Like, what does that look like? To try and build a picture of that, and then she's going to get the Mirage Arcane scroll as well. and maybe just Mirage Arcane this whole area to be something that irritates all demons that are in it.
Okay. I have to look though.
Look,
So
we've
basically
gentrified the place.
So it basically lets you keep a terrain's general shape the same, but change what buildings look like, add some whatever. So she'll use it to add basically 3/4 cover for the Drugar on our side, but also make everything bright and like with the symbol of like a god that probably never has been here. Yeah, she might fail to cast it, but having 2 chances is the best way to, I think, like the best way to actually cause a big distraction.
Okay. You approach. You approach the con with this idea. He will say, he kind of like listens to me. He says, "It is a clever tactic. I cannot say what this city might look like before. I have never seen it in any state other than this. I will say that my people are sensitive to the true light of day. You would hamper my forces as well as theirs if you were to make it as the sun."
I think that's outside of the spell scope, but maybe not. But I was more thinking of any remaining demons might not like to walk out of the front of their castle to deal with Duergar that are behind mirror emblazoned fortifications that have sprung up out of nowhere.
He nods. That would be good. They say once that this city was blessed of Mira, though I have never heard or spoken to one of their priests.
Will nods. Other will nods and says, "All right. Well, once we're within range of the citadel, I'll try that first, and that might get their attention."
What will you do once this is done?
Me, the simulacrum version of my mistress.
Your group. What will your group do?
Oh, Otherwill looks over and says, "Well, knowing them, there'll be a series of looting, and then probably they'll remember their mission and recover our friend, and then leave the city to your people."
Good. The only thing that I truly require, apart from those tasks which I have laid out, is the crown that Zakon has. Anything else you may keep as a reward.
Will nods and says, "Well, I will alert the Kobold to that information. But I would, well, we and Will, like just a Will, would rather see the Duergar control of the city than, well, demons that are controlling Duergar."
That's, and he'll also turn to the group now, thinking, he says, I am understanding that you are not very familiar with the city or the Duergar. I would be remiss to not tell you what we should expect to face in the throne. He glances at Sulveran for a moment before moving back to the rest of the crowd. Uh, even should our distraction be successful to the utmost, there will still be a few in the throne chamber to guard the Khan, as well as some of the secrets which I know that Jaren Kala stores in the Citadel. A strange berserker like your friend over there, who has come to us in the recent months, has been tasked to guard Jaren Kala's treasures, as well as a champion of my kind, one of our strongest. His name is Ren Kal. Of course, Lord Zakan is no weakling either, else the demons would have disposed of him. He is perhaps the most powerful among us.
I think it's like obvious the entire time that he has started speaking after he mentioned a berserker. Sulveran is doing a thing that he never does, which is he starts opening his mouth to ask a question and then closes his mouth to hear the rest of the explanation. And I will likewise close my mouth to hear the rest of the explanation while Sulveran is doing this fish impression.
Finally, we may encounter a demon, a demon of sorcery, who Jaren Kala often leaves in his stead. Though they might go out into the fight with the courtyard. They crave destruction. I suspect only if that goes particularly well, get them to leave the program. He seems to finish there.
This berserker of my people. Describe them.
They're tall, taller than you, I would say. A man, I think. Have glowing purple eyes, which I understand marks them as under the demon's control. They carried with them a totem, feathers of a raven. They'll try to describe their facial features. It is who you think it is, based off of his limited description.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure it is who I think it is because of the way you described him.
Maybe I misremembered the proper description.
Yeah, but maybe. Taller is definitely true. So I guess maybe we can augment this with like, should I make an insight roll?
Yeah, you can make an insight roll.
Okay. No.
Look up.
All right.
Double check.
Like above board, are you talking about Kalash?
It is. It does. He's describing somebody who sounds like Kalash.
Okay.
Which part am I getting wrong?
Yeah. Kalash is like female.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I was a little thrown off. I was like, wait a second. But okay, so in that case, Sulveran had kind of like tensed up, and then whenever this guy, whenever this what is his name again? Lothkar?
Lothkar, yeah.
Yeah, whenever he says feathers of a raven, Sulveran just steps back slightly and exhales very long and slow and turns to the others and says, "We will do with Kalash what we must. But if you have the opportunity, leave her to me."
Get 2 vigorous head nods back from Wills. Andrew, I have a question about timing that I think just would take too long. I think it would take too long to do through role playing. So, if I wanted to give bardic inspiration to the simulacrum for the scroll casting of Mirage Arcane, that spell takes 10 minutes from the time that the scroll is read. So theoretically, the maximum amount of time I would have is 20 minutes to go from that point to where the rest of the group needs to be. Does that work out time-wise?
I think that that's wrong. Because you make the check at the end of the spell's casting. So if the spell takes 10 minutes, and you would have to do Bardic Inspiration, and they would have to immediately start the casting of the spell.
Yeah, I thought it was at the start, and it allowed you to cast the spell.
I'll double check. Because the reason why is because I assume that you can finish the casting and then fail. But if you roll right away, then why would you keep casting?
Well, you lose the scroll no matter what. Like,
Let's go and cast a spell. I guess. Casting time, I guess. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find a quick answer to this.
So the top of a spell scroll item says if the spell is on your spell's class list, your class's spell list, you can use an action to read the scroll and cast its spell with having to provide any of the spell's components. So my reading of that is that you make the roll to start reading the scroll and then begin casting the spell. And if it takes 10 minutes, the 10 minutes goes from
right, but spell scroll specifically says casting the spell by reading the scroll requires the spell's normal casting time.
Yeah, but I think still, because if you fail, the spell just disappears with no other effect. It doesn't say that the spell disappears after you have failed to cast it. I'm happy for either ruling. Like, it doesn't matter. It's just, if I had that 20 minutes, maybe it increases the chance of that getting actually through. But I'm happy to just roll it, because otherwise it will just take up the time in session to work it out.
Yeah. Weird edge case. I'll say that you can't they get Bardic Inspiration on themselves anyways?
No.
Oh.
You can't inspire yourself. I mean, we'll make my simulacrum level 14 bard for peerless ability if you like, but that creates other.
Oh, that's right. It's a thing. Okay. I think logistically it will be quite difficult. Yeah. Even if I give you full 20 minutes, it will be quite difficult for that to play in effect.
Okay. Other will then, while setting up for all this, asks.
Very weird question.
Yeah. Will asks around to see if there are any duergar that are either that can help with the casting of this scroll.
It's a wizard scroll?
In the main party.
Or wizard spell, I mean?
Mirage Arcane is Bard.
They do not have a bard who can help you cast the spell.
Okay.
If it had been a wizard spell, they do have a wizard who's not going with you guys, but who's going, I will say, with Simulacrum Will.
Sure. She should have got her own name. She'll be dead soon, so it won't matter. But
Lieb.
Lieb?
Why?
That's their name?
Wait, Liu? No, hold on. I was trying to do
you're
Will
trying to do
backwards.
Will
before I put a B.
backwards?
Yeah, but I put a B on there for some reason. I don't know. I
her
went with
name is
Blue.
7M.
7M.
7M. Like, it's upside down reversed. I did.
What's
use,
Willow backwards? I think that's harder.
Wally. That's worse. She
Waloo.
could just call. Okay, her name's Arya from now on. She's picked her name as she dies. Before she dies.
Before she dies, she's picked the name Arya. I like it. Okay.
All right, but yeah, I'll just cast my game. But I mean, both wills are ready to go.
Okay. Is there anything anybody wants to do in this little bit of job? You guys are taking a long rest. Is that my understanding correct?
Short rest.
A short rest. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
You're taking a short rest. Is there anything anybody else wants to do in that short rest? Because I think everybody else is full up except for Uba, who can't get anything back from a short rest anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, you kind of wait here for a couple hours while Will gains back that spell slot and Lothkar begins to do some, goes into a flurry of giving out orders. People go off down the streets to go kind of relay this orders. Some people come back to him, kind of thing.
For flavor, can I say that while that's happening, Sulveran just kind of retreats into some, you said that there was a space that they were offered to eat and rest, and Sulveran just kind of retreats off there, and he's almost meditating with that alpenstock that he was given by his apprentice, the one that you said at the time that he almost feels a faint presence for.
Mhm.
He's just sitting and reflecting on that.
Okay. Would you like to make a religion check?
It's up to you. I don't want to slow combat. If there's something that you could see being worthwhile out of it, sure.
Go ahead and make a religion check.
Okay. Religion. I'm not rolling hot tonight.
Okay. You meditate and you pray on the alpenstock, seeking guidance, wisdom, be something. Maybe you find it, but if you do, it comes from within.
It's okay. Sulveran's used to this. It's only Will and Uva that get talked to by gods.
Yeah.
And Alveron on the bottom of the sea. Speaking of Alveron, I know that you and Sean made a change to Alveron. Has that manifested in a way that any of the other party have noticed?
Not yet.
Unlucky.
Not in a way that Alveron has noticed either.
I had something for you that might have been interesting.
It can be interesting later.
Okay.
I might use it for myself before then.
You guys pass this 2 hours in rest, contemplation, thinking, ready. You haven't been in the city that long, but kind of a lot has happened in this couple days. Eventually, Lothkar approaches you. He's got a flail that he kind of hefts. He says, "I believe it is time." And begins to lead you all out. So I will not require you to make any stealth checks because the duergar are doing a bunch of different things that mean that your path is basically clear as far as you understand it to where you're trying to go. So you guys begin to make your way, this time much more hurriedly throughout these city streets, kind of forgoing the stealth element somewhat. in order to get into the proper positionings. You do hear a couple, not related to the main clash, but a couple like fights breaking out throughout the city, which are kind of helping to alleviate you from having to move real super stealthily around. You eventually wind up going now all the way back to where you started earlier in the day, over by the side entrance. The same two guards are still there, and as you approach them, this time in tow, they'll look at you and say, "Good. We will leave you to your business. If anybody asks, I'll open the door towards the servant's entrance." Lothkar does have you wait a little bit. I'm gonna have Will roll for the incendiary cloud.
I'm gonna start with Mirage Arcane.
Okay, roll for the Mirage Arcane first, then. That makes sense.
It takes longer. Oh, what a sad waste of a level 7 scroll.
Unfortunately, the Mirage Arcane
Yes.
spell fails. Fizzles.
As soon as that fails, I guess I'll try Simulacrum. Will gets the incendiary cloud out. She like rips the piece of paper that was on. This was Arya is a much more emotional person than Will is. Like, there's an emotional level to Arya that nobody like you never see from Will. So she like rips it up, throws it to the ground, and was much harder anyway. Fails the second one and just scrunches it up and like I guess just starts slinging other spells. I don't really have a lot of stuff that's good for this, but
Oh, that was an int check. I was gonna say that's like your bonus seems.
yeah, that one's that one was
Oh wait, don't you have a bonus to this? Give you a bonus to this?
Will might have a bonus to it. I don't. I don't have a bonus to casting scrolls.
Okay, I thought we did.
I am getting the bonus from Jack of all trades on it because it's a straight roll.
Oh, you don't have enough wizard levels. I think we're working on do something later on.
Oh, I didn't know that was happening, but I'm on board.
We had talked about it forever ago.
Arya just like rips up 2 pieces of paper in front of like some watching duergar.
Bad.
It's like, if it makes you feel any better, she used to know how to call an entire storm. Not anymore.
I kind of the guy who is with you, who's this wizard guy, duergar, kind of sighs and says,
"Can the wizard guy help me with the wizard spell?"
Yes, they can help you with the wizard spell. That's a good point. Thank you. You had only asked about the bard, so I forgot about him.
I forgot about the wizard spell.
Yeah, he'll help you out with casting that. You can roll with advantage.
Okay.
There you go. Okay. The first spell fizzles, and he kind of sighs and looks at you, and he says, Arcantor, where Saliel's luck is the only thing that rules. Let me help you out. And on the second attempt, or on the second scroll, everybody else hears this. It's like a bunch of TNT has just gone off this incendiary cloud. There's and it's kind of chain reaction. So it's like, as all of these explosions happen, the ground kind of shakes slightly at the front gate. And I've imagined it set up where like they've already kind of got some of these guards to go out first, and then you're casting incendiary cloud on like the battlements and like this core of duergar who are kind of actively fighting them at the front gate. Once that goes off, you hear a cheer, and Arya can kind of see a surge forward of these kind of ramshackle, motley forces of duergar. Some of them are wearing like really good plate mail. Some of them have like the duergar equivalent of pitchforks. So like lots of just smith's hammers and random, a couple people have like kitchen knives and stuff like that. They seem to have put they got everybody they could for this last ditch, and that does seem to be what this is, at least from Arya's eyes. Like they're thrown what they have left at this in this moment. But thanks to the incendiary cloud, they do start to push forward, and one of the duergar at the back, some kind of sergeant or captain, kind of starts to yell. As he is shouldering a massive burn wound, he says, "We need more men. Call the reinforcements." And more soldiers begin to charge out, come up to the battlements. While that ruckus, this scene is occurring, the rest of you, the explosion goes off, and Zakan just nods, and you all begin to enter into Citadel Harkantor. And that's where we're going to cut to break for right now. Yep. We'll be back in just a few minutes. See you all. I'll say, let's just do top of the hour. We'll be back at the top of the hour. right, welcome back, everybody. So we go into the second half of this session. So, you guys have now just entered into Citadel Harkantor. Citadel Harkan. You find yourself in hallways. It is very much like castles or palaces that you've been in, although there is a distinct kind of dwarvish flair to everything. It is at times somewhat cramped for Sulveran, as you kind of have to bend down slightly. It wasn't quite designed for Gathite in mind, although the humans, even the taller among you, are just fine. You kind of move throughout this space, kind of passing through. Lothkar seems to know basically exactly where to go. Can I get everybody... actually, first tell me, what is your marching order like? So, unless somebody objects, Lothkar is going to be at front.
I'll say that Uba will be close behind Lothkar to do translations.
I'll stick to the rear, covering with my short bow.
Medea's probably in front.
Sulveran's closer to the middle, so he can wrap y'all up in protective spirit guardians if necessary, or whatever else.
I will be in whichever square completes that logic puzzle.
This is how Jack nails the LSAT every time.
Yeah,
I would
by
like to
never
pick the
taking
correct
it.
answer. That's what they do.
Yeah.
Alright, so my character is adjacent but not necessarily perpendicular to Sean and
So I've got...
The Sean, but at the middle, that can't work.
It's Lothkar, Uba, Medea, Sulveran, Will, Alveron.
I should have asked if I could be elsewhere entirely.
Yeah, you can
Well, you
just
are currently
leave.
in two places at once, so
Quill
No
just
matter
left.
what, I'm doing more heavy lifting in these fights than any of you can possibly do.
I mean, this is true. There are not two of Sulveran. That would be a lot of
Very
Sulveran.
Guardians.
we can't all take a dip into a full casting class, Jack.
That's true. I did make the mistake of not playing a full caster in D&D.
Here's
That
another
was-
We
question.
can all take that.
Are you taking sorry, I should have asked earlier, are you taking Kala and Olbart, since this is kind of seems to be the big push?
Yes, you did ask earlier, and I suggested that we would be bringing them here.
I knew you were taking them to the to where Lothkar was originally. I didn't know if you were taking them inside.
Yeah, and then if we all die, maybe Olbart can finish off whatever's left, and Kala can, obviously mourn Will's death first, and then everybody else will die while that's happening.
They could have a very touching scene.
So Olbart then
Arya
is
bursts
walking
through the door.
next to Sulveran, and Kala is walking. Will.
Great.
Okay. You guys make your way through several hallways. You can hear sounds of people stomping on by, moving through. You see evidence of lots of claw marks on these walls here and there. Some of them very old, quite ancient. Some of them somewhat newer, presumably from various demons who might inhabit this area. As you make your way through, I'm going to make a quick couple rolls here just to see how the battle is going. You guys, since it's going to be going much better than if Arya was not helping them out, since having a high-level caster is always nice. Okay. You guys turn a corner, coming to what is a large, kind of grand entryway foyer, presumably leading into the Citadel. You can hear the sounds of battle closer than at any point that you've been making your way through these various low hallways of this dwarven place. As you do so, Lothkar will say back to Uba, the throne room is just ahead. Watch your step once we're inside. He will then begin to make his way around this balcony that you guys currently are on. And you guys can see into the throne room. There is a large walkway leading up to kind of like a hexagonal platform. Hexagonal platform. I had to count the sides real quick. Slightly past which is a throne carved out of stone, kind of big and hulking. You can see that this room is quite empty, although on the hexagonal platform there are many benches where courtiers and other people might have once sat. The other thing is this room is glowing bright red with the color of flame and fire. You can feel the heat emanating from it, and you can see channels of lava flow down the sides and presumably pool somewhere or drain somewhere down at the bottom. You are beginning to approach this area. Lothkar is planning on just entering in like full bore. Does anybody want to stealth at all, like slightly away from the rest of the group? You can. There is a kind of balcony is not the right word. There is space that rims that kind of lines the outside, although it is also where the channels of lava are. So you will have to avoid those and be in a slightly precarious situation.
Can I have my flight activated and have started the telekinesis ring when we enter?
Let me take a look.
Yeah, I would also like to take 6 to 12 seconds before we walk in to do stuff.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
Yes, you can activate telekinesis and flight. You will, by the time you get to the fight, just so you all know, movement-wise, a couple rounds will have passed, if that is a concern.
Okay.
So you'll be 2 or 3 rounds into any spell or anything that you cast upon yourselves before hitting.
As for telekinesis, does lava count as an object?
No.
Okay.
Not.
I like to where you're thinking though.
Yeah, it's you can pick up like handfuls of it, but because of the way telekinesis works, it's like kind of going to slough away. You can't reliably pick up liquids with telekinesis that aren't in some kind of container.
Mm-hmm.
I have a follow-up question to that. Does lava count as water?
Depends. It counts as a liquid.
Water.
You cannot control lava with control water. You need control lava, which is
I'll develop that later.
Different spell.
Okay, so I could not throw a big glob of lava at them with telekinesis.
Not unless you had something to like scoop it up in.
Okay.
Wildly disappointing.
Good question.
While we're
What
preparing,
if we
I
turn
think
something into a giant ladle.
You could throw somebody into the lava.
Telekinesis, the ring doesn't let me pick objects or people though.
Oh, the ring doesn't. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's strength.
Any
other lava-related questions?
We'll.
Yeah, I have a question. If in Jurassic Park you replaced all the dinosaurs with lava,
No.
would it be a scarier movie?
Maybe.
I mean, yeah. Do we have time to cast Water Walk as a ritual for Lava Walk?
You can do it if you want. That takes a long time. So.
Important question: is our god a kind and loving one? Not in D&D, just a general question.
Oh, not at all. Not at all. Hold on.
I'm gonna say that while we're preparing, Uba's gonna step away from the group for a second and try out the Cube of Force. Because why not? And activates.
Just pound one of us into a wall.
No. I said that
You
Uba's
just
gonna step
face
away
one
first.
of us.
Uba's gonna step away with
I don't
Kojin
trust Uber to
next
step
to them.
away far enough.
It's fine. That's fine. And is gonna press the third face, which says that living matter can't pass through the barrier.
What if I got a large boulder and put it in the lava, then picked it up and threw it?
It would be a very hot boulder. So yeah,
Stone.
you would have to leave it there for a little bit.
Would a covered boulder be better than a normal boulder?
If you left it in the lava for a little bit, sure, it would do fire damage.
Okay.
You know, lava's kind of like a liquid stone, as you've described earlier. Can one cast meld into stone and become one with the lava?
You can.
You can only do it once.
You can do that. It will burn you still, but you can do that. There is stone in the lava that you can meld with.
Kelly, you don't have to cast meld into stone to melt into the lava.
I regret
Hold on,
integrating
Andrew.
lava into this map.
Andrew, are you treating lava as liquid with like stone particulates throughout it rather than liquefied stone?
No, it is liquefied stone, which is why you can meld into it. But it is still hot, and meld into stone doesn't prevent you from taking fire damage. Unfortunately.
In the last moment before we walk out, I will cast mirror image from a scroll, probably.
Yeah, and I'll pop Spirit Guardians. And rather than it just being Sulveran suddenly getting his Spirit Guardians like usual, I have a thing for how that looks, but I want to hear Jack's thing that I ran over. Sorry.
I read a scroll, and 3 versions of Will appear that look identical to Will, as is the nature of how mirror image worked by the person that wrote this scroll. There's nothing fancy about it. It's not my spell.
I know, but like sometimes your random like what happens with the scroll are interesting or funny. Like there was that.
Yeah, okay. I pull out the scroll, and as I start to read it, the scroll like stretches to look like 4 different scrolls being held by 4 different hands. And then I read the scroll.
That's there you go. That's what I'm looking for.
That's like
what I'm here
that's how I do scrolls in my game when I'm GM. I didn't really think about doing that in Andrew's game, but I will continue to do it
now. Yeah, and as that happens, Sulveran is not just like bringing his spirit guardians into being, but kind of looking over those spectral Gathite that always stand with him. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, before as well, does the party discuss a quick game plan? Like, is it just find the king and kill them as fast as possible? Like, do we have any like specific strategy we're trying to employ in this?
That's up to you. You guys have been talking about that for a little bit.
We killed the people. I don't think we know enough about what's going to be there. There's too many variables that we just like. We should, if the demon is there, we should prioritize the demon because it's a sorcerer. But otherwise, kill the person with the crown. Also, Uber, you're not allowed to take the crown. The other loot that we can have all the other loot, but not the crown.
Uba is like kind of muttering under their breath about how to the victor goes the spoils, among other things.
You already have 1 writ of nobility. You do not need to steal another.
Yeah, but Uba doesn't have a crown yet.
True.
We'll buy you a crown.
But is it really a crown if you have to buy it? I feel like you have to take a crown for it to really be yours.
Alveron, all crowns were bought at some point. Somebody paid for the materials and paid for the commissioning of a crown. They didn't just
but I'm saying
from the rock itself.
I don't know enough about mythology and religion to say.
Makes the history check to find out if there are any crowns.
Hold on. Alveron is absolutely doing that as we sit here. Just wondering, no, Alveron has no idea. Alveron has never read a book about history in his life. Alveron is here to talk about her story.
Hold the lava and then telekinesis the lava might harden into a crown. and then you wouldn't have had to pay for it.
Mm.
That would probably look pretty cool, honestly.
You could also dunk your head in the lava and hope that it worked out.
I think if you said that out loud as well, it was going to stick their tongue out at you and then pout a little bit.
Okay, so to my earlier question, are you all to paint the clearest picture possible? This is like a 20-foot bridge essentially leading up to this hexagonal platform where the throne room and stuff is. Are you all going along that bridge, or are some of you going along the outside where there is lava? And it is a big enough gap that you will not be able to easily rejoin the rest of the party without flight or something like that.
Unless you like run back along the bridge again.
You would have to go all the way back and then all the way forward, which would take probably 3 or 4 turns.
I
like
will
some
not try to
distance.
sneak. I will not try to sneak
It
off the way,
does-
then I will stay with the main group.
It does loop around so that you can be behind the throne at that point, but then the throne.
I think that with the exception of our drugger leader, I think that Uba's still going to be up in the front, because if anyone tried to run up to everyone else behind Uba, they'd just smack into the wall. So, or the invisible force that's around Uba right now.
I like this
That's
idea that
interesting, though. So you have to walk by yourself out because it's a 15-foot cube.
Yeah, it's Lothkar, and then like a 15-foot gap, then Uba, then a 15-foot gap.
That's an Will mention to Uber that that's an insane choice that they've made. Like, if we need to move faster than you, we can't get past you either, and we're stuck on this bridge.
I think. Oh no, you said it was
Also-
a 15.
Yeah. Also, you could have collected Lothkar in that. You can do it with other people in the cube with you.
I don't know if Uba or I have a response to that one.
All right. This might be a bad idea. Depending, I will actually then sneak off along the back rampart, and I will probably wind up spending a couple of dashes along this to do this. But I will be trying to flank around back, or flank's not the right word, to get around. So, will the not bridge, but balcony that I'm running along, is that in short bow range?
Yeah.
You're muted.
Oh, sorry. Yes, it is.
Perfect.
So I missed like the distances that are involved here, but I'm assuming that Sulveran just passes Alveron whatever spare healing potion he got from Lothkar at that point, because you are going to be out of my reach.
Probably for the best.
Just remember that if you are fallen for more than a minute, there's little that I can do for you.
I know.
Do you have a preference for left or right side?
As we're walking into the room, do I notice any particular detail that might help guard or guide that decision?
You make a perception check.
All right. I'll do that.
They're essentially mirrored, except for the demon, who does appear to be there, is a little bit more on the left side. A little bit. At least when you're walking.
I will go along the right side then, because it doesn't seem like a great idea to try to solo that shit.
Moving correctly. Order was given to me.
So it's Lothkar, then a 15-foot cube around Uber that nobody can penetrate. And then the rest of us, and Alveron running along a balcony.
Yes.
Great.
Supremely tactical.
Can you levitate the cube?
Well, I'm going to say
Lava
that
onto the cube?
Medea, since they're flying anyways, is somewhat next to Uber. They are actually next
Will
to
has-
Uba because the walkway is big enough.
Will doesn't bring up the fact that she can fly, and it's really only a problem for Sulveran because she feels like that leaves Sulveran out. Although
Sulveran
Old
can
Bart
fly.
and Kala are here as well.
Yeah,
But
Sulveran can
Old
fly
Bart
as
and
well.
Kala are here.
Yeah.
Notably, Kella and Max are not coming into this area unless you guys really want them to. Max is guarding Kella, who is in turn guarding Max.
Where are they at
Kala,
right
go
now?
study that lava.
They're nearby, outside of battle range, but inside of come help us range. Max is also 7th level, so he can do some stuff.
I think we'd be deeply in
Seven
trouble
level
if
dog.
we got to the Let's Call for Max and Kella level.
Kella solos the demon.
Level 0
Why do you
character.
want to do this, Kella?
Okay. Let's switch this over then. Alveron, make a stealth check, because you can stealth if you're going along with that.
Yes, I will
There's
then.
tapestries and stuff, and
Not my best work, but
18. I mean, you're still stealthing. Okay. I'm moving us over. It might take a second to load in the map. Unpause the game.
Oh, lava.
Yeah, lava.
It's a lot.
Nice. Alveron gets to jump lava.
oh Jesus.
A hop, skip, and a jump.
There's a
Got this.
lair action that just pulses lava out, and it just immolates Alveron, and Alveron's full dead.
Okay.
It's
I
like
have
one of
put
those
you-
weird binary choices of like die or not die. I assumed Uber would stride purposefully down the middle to make sure that nobody could be anywhere.
No, Upa's off to the side there. There's room if
You
you
could
wanna
be
shimmy
more
past.
off. You could be more off to the side if you wanted.
Just
Yeah, okay.
broad-shouldered straight down the middle.
Yeah, we'll scoot over there.
With swagger.
I am so glad I started an anti-anxiety med because looking at this map.
That's a great token for Kalash there. I'm feeling deeply emotionally touched now.
Okay. So you guys will actually move. Alveron hops over this thing. There. Help yourself.
Yes, sir.
Once you get to about there, Lothkar begins to descend the steps. And since nobody said do this quietly, Lothkar is flail in hand, begins to walk up the steps, slightly jogging ahead of you. We're in an all-roll initiative at this point. But Lothkar is going to say, "Zagan, I've come for your head and your daughter's hand."
Whoa.
I think Upa goes, what? Like they're watching like reality TV.
Damn.
Will is unsurprised by this revelation.
Which is the vigilant summon right now?
Vigilant Blessing is on Will, I think, unless Sulveran.
Yeah,
Okay.
it hasn't
Also,
been moved.
you would be one square to the left for one specific reason, and that's to get the aura on people. If that's fine. Okay. So everybody within 10 feet gets a extra +4 to initiative.
Sweet.
One day my second initiative went well. Let me do the advantage here. +4.14.
Negative 0.95.
The con is very slow.
You're gonna take my daughter's hand? But what use is my hand? I see my head. Why her
I have a
hand?
daughter?
Am I rolling? Am I running Olbart this session? Also,
You can roll.
you-
You can run Kala if you would like. I can run.
yeah. I would prefer Kala after my recent
especially
experience with
since-
Bloodhunters.
especially since I know Sarah is a little bit brain foggy, so I'll do
I-
Old Bard.
Mine is a 16.14
You make sure.
for my initiative.
You said within 10 feet of Medea we get the bonus?
Yeah. So just a flat +4 to your initiative roll.
Do you want to move back to get Will and Kala?
Yeah, there's no reason not to. I will.
We'll just be slightly further back. Okay.
Yeah.
So let me update all these. So, Will, what was your thing actually? Actually, 20
it's-
then.
Yeah, it's just after Kala. Which is cool. I get to do the
Barons is actually.
Does anybody want to swap initiatives with me? I assume not.
Yeah.
Medea, yours is already taken into account.
No, I'm saying like the initiative swapping ring, but
No,
there's nobody within 30.
I'm just
There's no
asking.
reason to.
Your 6 is already with the 4 that you're adding.
Yes, it already has accounted for that. Yeah.
Just rolled.
I mean, you could swap with Sulveran. It would not help you much, but you could take it.
Old Bard's happy to
you
swap with
could-
you.
You can swap with Kala. Like
Actually, yeah, no, having a rogue second isn't a bad thing.
yeah, I don't think it matters to Kala who is gonna probably
Alright.
stay back a bit.
Yeah,
more.
I'll swap Kala then.
So I would like to say, as we are marching across this bridge over lava, that there is a vague, not particularly
Out of
mechanically
20.
effective, cool aura of a bunch of snow and Gathite just kind of brushing shoulders with you as you step in this aura range.
I regret
Ooba.
asking you to do that, Andrew, but can you swap instead Will with Medea rather than Kala?
Oh, Kala has a 20 and you have a 6. Okay. I think we're good now.
We did it, gang.
Okay. So, go ahead, begin combat as I switch on. So, Lothkar is ascending the steps as everybody starts to break out into movement. Uba, you are the first to go to react. You got your force cube up around you. What are you doing?
I think that Uba first is gonna move closer. Let me just see how far I can. That it's tiny.
I'm extremely confident that the way that force cube works means that you can't get up those stairs, because as soon as you would hit a person with it, I think that it stops. If these are like actual like braziers that you can't move through.
Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, fine. If that's the case, Uba is going to switch the cube of force to 4, which is the one that protects against spells. And then
That does take an action, just so you.
yeah. Uba will then move to next to Lothkar. Right there. And let's see. Yeah, nothing's within good enough range, so I guess I'll just do Hunter's Mark on who is who in this picture in front of the throne?
You don't know who this is. Probably the champion, the Duergar champion that Lothkar described. This appears to be Lord Zakan. This is clearly Kalashed, or well, I don't know if you know that, but Sulveran's clearly Kalashed. This is the demon.
Uba will hit the demon with Hunter's Mark. And then that's it.
I mean, probably Uba does know that because Sulveran did say before everything, like, you know,
Yeah, Uba
we'll do
was
what we
in
have to.
Yeah, Uba went to Sulveran's village and stuff too. So yeah, that's it.
Okay, it is then going to be Kala's turn. Uba strides up. Hunter's Marks.
Oh, can you pop Kojin in the tracker too?
Oh, yes,
Kojin's
I'm
not going
sorry.
to do anything this turn, but
Kojin will be within the Force Cube.
I like the idea of like everyone trying to like winnow past Uba because they still think it's on force mode, and just straight off the side.
Kala, I think, takes a few steps back, and I'm going to take liberties with how Kala casts spells.
That's fine.
By the way,
I mean, I haven't described a ton of stuff.
yeah, and I think pulls out from a component pouch, shaving of licorice, and like rubs it, like lifts the sole of a foot and rubs it across, and underneath Medea's feet.
Hold on.
Black shadow.
I meant to change their spells.
Yeah, black shadow ripples underneath Medea's feet to give Medea haste.
Ooh,
Oh, nice.
I was going to
that's
do it for Will, but
completely
like, actually, that does
horrifyingly
nothing for
dangerous.
Will. Like, all it does is get me into counter spell range, but Medea has counter spell. So, like, what's the point? I don't need to worry about it.
I like hasted Medea.
Yeah, so you feel like the vibration of shadows go all the way up like your lower legs to just like slightly quicken everything you're doing.
Medea is still kind of terrified in this moment. The shadows have finally gripped their mind. Their general anxiety that always exists in a battle is there. And it's like one of those things where their eyes just like completely narrow and dilate, like they can't focus on anything besides what's in front of them to fight, you know?
And then I guess she'll go like keep stepping back and back into the chamber, away from the fight, knowing that she can like dash up if need be.
Okay. That's that. Medea, you are suddenly have this burst of haste cast into you through Kala. What do you do?
Medea is sort of awkwardly floating through the air. Can I tell which one of these peoples are demons and which one of them are just humanoids?
There's only one visible demon. If you want to really inspect the rest of them, I'll say you could do it as a bonus action. Since otherwise, they don't visibly appear to be demons.
How far away is he? Exactly far enough away that I will just use the hasted action to dash. So I have 120 feet of movement. And Medea is just going to fly in this incredibly quick line straight towards him.
Just wings beating fast.
Yeah, like it's like a small flash of lightning as they run up and just attempt to impale them with that speed behind them. And I will make the 3 attacks.
Oh. Smite, baby.
2, and then I'll roll the third one as well because I know even if I hit everything, I won't kill.
The second one misses.
Oh.
Were you going after the king or the demon?
They're
trying to remember
attacking
what.
Lord Sakan.
Okay.
Yeah. And then they're going to move and they're going to attack the demon with the last one. Toggle effect. Okay. Last one is gonna hit really, really, really hard. This is a demon, right?
This is a demon. It appears to be a Cambion of some kind. I'll just tell you.
I'm going to spend a 3rd level smite on this as well. So that's an extra 10d8 radiant.
Okay.
Okay, so that's 71 damage to the demon.
That's very funny.
And then the king is also going to take a 3rd level smite as well, along with a bonus of +9 from the Radiant Soul. That's only going to be 4d8, unimpressively.
compared to the 10d8.
So that's going to be an extra 35 damage added to the first
That's
one.
pretty good. Roll on 48.
42. Yeah, that's a lot of damage in one.
Lord Zakhan takes it, and you can see that they are wearing like this very intricate full plate mail that's like this dark black metal that they have on, and it turns aside your second blow, which would have missed, although the first one does cut, slicing near their neck. You turn then and just smite with holy fury into the demon next to you. They
like,
sorry, go ahead.
their like wings are like hitting the ground fast enough that it almost looks like they're floating. It's like they just charge forward and stab in, and when the second one misses, they immediately turn their face, and like there's zero emotion as they immediately turn around and just slam the blunt end of the spear into them.
It kind of the blunt end does quite a bit as well, but the smite is what really it almost sends them shooting backward. They are bloodied after this blow that you just dealt to them.
All right, and then that is Medea's turn.
Jesus Christ.
Paladins, man.
I mean, yeah, when you crit against demon,
Yes.
it's gonna do stuff. Alveron, is then your turn. You are stealthing at the moment. Kind of off to the side as you see this going on.
And I did check the ranges. It looks like I am in. Well, Jesus, it's flipping my map about a little bit. But I am in short bow range of everybody at this moment.
Yep.
I do want to make sure of this though, because I don't want to waste my bonus action, because I do want to be able to hide again. I want to be as effective as possible. All right, my plan is to, from here, shoot, move, and then use the hide action. Is it Z or X? That's the... There we go. And hide. All right, wait, actually, I should be able to get all the way... Yeah, okay, with a movement action, I can move up to here, and then hide behind the raised level of the lava river. Does that make sense?
It's not maybe as raised as you're thinking, but you can hide behind the banner there.
Gotcha. Actually, yeah, that'll work out just fine then. So that'll be my plan. I will... Who's this? Draugr champion? Yes. I will... shoot my shot at him. Alright. Fix the thing.
That does hit him.
Alright, let's see if we can get any more out of that. A little bit better. Not great, but 23? Yeah.
22.
And then I can math. 1.
Sure, I believe you.
And you have advantage attacking out of stealth.
You do.
Yes, actually. So let me
Just in case.
just in
Yeah.
case of magic. No, but
It's a better hit.
it was a better hit. Oh well.
Actually, significantly better hit.
Nice.
I know. All right, and then I will stealth to take the hide action.
Okay. Okay, so you shoot, you kind of run forward and slide into this banner area, kind of trying to hide as the champion's attention goes to that area, but you have then vanished from their sight, at least for the moment.
Yes.
Is that your turn, Dan?
That is good for me, and I can still hear, but I'm just going to step away for a second. But I'm still plugged in.
The Cambion Warlock, who is now head-to-head with Medea. No, I don't think it wants to. Sorry, I'm just double checking how this works. Um, wasn't expecting you to get up that quickly. I guess it will cast. It will cast on itself mirror image. I know that.
3 wills in here, a will out there, 3 demons in here.
To cast mirror image, several duplicates of it appear to try to, prevent it from taking damage. As it doesn't want to get hit by Medea again. So it's going to use its action to do that.
Well, that's derivative. Cast mirror image at 5th level because it's a fucking warlock.
Both got.
Coincidence, no spots.
Does it want to move away? No, I'm gonna say it ends. It's gonna end its turn there. So it casts mirror image, trying to flit around and hide behind it. It will call out, saying, "Kill the Radiant One." To the other 3, Kalash, picking up on this, is going to 5, 20. Is going to move over to Medea. Hefty.
As they enter into range, they take the opportunity attack.
Okay, that's your reaction. Does hit.
Yeah. So that's 17, and then I will spend a 2nd level smite on this.
Okay.
For an extra 3d8.
It's just one of my favorite things in the world to hear Ramona say, I drop a smite on this. It's just, I don't know, it's immediate serotonin.
Yeah, Medea's just like flitting around, like their face has like gone from like pure terror to like it is completely empty as they immediately just turn around and like drive the spear down as they approach.
But you don't have Sentinel, right? You just have Full Arm Master.
Yeah, I just have Full Arm Master.
They finish their movement then, and are going to bring up this great axe. And first they go into a rage using their bonus action. Probably should have done before you attacked me. Okay.
One of the nice things about Radiant Soul and Full Arm Master is that it's once a turn, not once a round.
They get
Nice.
Could be reading it wrong though.
Holy shit, that's a huge damage bonus.
Does not hit.
Oh, because haste, yes. So the first attack glances off your armor. The second attack would hit you were not for Kala's extra burst of speed, as you just barely back up enough for the second strike to also glance at your armor.
Damn.
The purple eyes seem to just look at you. Though they are in a rage, they seem emotionless completely towards you. Sulveran, it is then your turn.
I think for an uncharacteristic moment, Bart probably doesn't know the difference, but Sulveran hesitates, just watching what's happening between Medea and Kalash as that unfolds, and then exhales quietly and just marches up to stand right next to, or right just behind Uba then, because that's the distance he can make it. I can't move my spirit guardians, but know that that moved too.
Just so you know, you can't cast spells through the force barrier.
I
Okay.
thought Uba
They can't
activated
go
it to only
outgoing either?
be organic matter.
They cast it to only be spells,
Yeah.
and that's
Oh, my
both
bad.
ways. You can't cast spells out of it either.
Okay. Thank you. I misunderstood the instructions. Then I will pass on the outside. Because that would interrupt concentration on the spirit guardians, I'm assuming, to pass through it.
No, it would just. I think it would just cancel the effects of spirit guardians while you're in that square, probably, because it doesn't affect your concentration. It would hit the barrier.
The spell
Basically.
effects just wouldn't. The spell effects would either be inside the entire barrier or surround it.
Correct.
Okay, so. Okay, got it. Yeah, so he's going to sulk up on the other side of it then. Thank you for the warning. And I think he clears his throat to call out to Kalash. If I wanted to make like a genuine attempt at like catching her notice, would that be a full action or just a bonus action?
You could just do it if you want, unless you're doing some specific longer term action as part of it.
Okay. Then before he does anything, he's just going to. He starts to speak and nothing comes out, and so he just reaches down to his the bone ocarina that always sits at his sternum, rarely touched, and just blasts a single very loud note, the kind you would call to catch somebody's notice from a mountain away.
I'll let you decide if you want this to be a religion, persuasion, whatever else kind of check that you want it to be. But go ahead and roll that. Either charisma or wisdom.
Okay. So I'll roll the d20, and definitely going to say that one's wisdom, since you gave me the choice. And then that's plus. Right? I think I rolled that right.
Okay. With the 23, you send out this whistle, which does reverberate around this stone room. And Kalash, like getting ready for another big swing, does pause for a moment. Medea maybe sees this. Sulveran doesn't. Sulveran, you see them pause, but you don't see their face. Their eye like twitches slightly, and that's what happens. Finish your turn if you like.
Okay, yes. Sulveran stops and he lets the ocarina settle against his chest. It like clangs there, which startles him a bit because he's used to it hitting like bone rattling bone. And he is going to go ahead and cast spiritual weapon. And at first he's pointing like
Did
he's
you cast
pointing.
Spirit Guardians this turn, or did you already have it out?
That was
I walked
in
in with
it.
that. Yeah. And initially he looks like he's Oh wait, let me double check something on spiritual weapon. I thought it was 60 feet to cast it, but I might be wrong.
It is.
Okay, cool. Double check my.
You can only move it 20 feet though.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's during the bonus action that I can move it, right? Or
yeah, you can move it as part of the bonus action.
okay. Okay.
Sorry, where are you casting it? You never specified.
I'm sorry, I got distracted. I pinged it. So yeah, he looks to Kalash like he's going to cast it at her to kind of draw the attention off Medea. But at the last moment, he like gestures instead, and the giant version of his own alpenstock appears on the demon.
Okay. It does miss them. They don't seem to be wearing any armor. However, some energy or force it causes it to slide away, even though you think it probably should have hit them, unarmored as they are.
Don't they have to roll to see if they're targeting the mirror image first, and then the mirror image has AC 10 plus dex?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll the d20.
If it's a 6 or higher, then you hit the mirror image.
You kill a mirror image. Unless their dex is 6.
Yeah.
Like,
They have a,
No, that does hit.
Cool.
and then that mirror image is just destroyed.
That's one con. So they have
One less damage.
that's your turn. Movement. Actually, no, there's a bonus action. Did you want to do anything else?
That's a bonus action. Let's see. I originally had a plan with where I was standing. Hold on. Double check. Yeah, I'm gonna smack the duergar with my own alpenstock. Or Kalash's own alpenstock, anyway.
the one that's next to us, that's our friend.
Oh, I thought that was the one that got into our. Thank you. I thought that was the one that had. I thought that one had come in. You're.
Sulveran is the traitor.
That is Lothkar gesticulating at the throne at the moment.
Thank you. Yes. That's
So rattled is Sullivan, he just bunks this duergar on the head with
All the duergar in this fight are super slow.
you yeah, you look like the enemy. I don't know what I say. I'm still.
All duergar look the same to me.
Yeah,
Even though you're very distinctively, you know.
Way to use the
Messed
racism
up.
privilege, Charlie.
Hey, earlier this one was like all Gathite look alike. This is my return.
All Gathite are the same gender. That doesn't make them looking. That doesn't mean they look alike, Charlie.
All right, that's your turn then.
Yeah, that's good.
Unless you want to dash, you could dash.
Yeah, I do want to dash. Now that I know that duergar isn't one that got it up in Uba's grill, as things are wont to do, I was gonna. So yeah, he just brings himself all the way up here. Actually, no, I have a cantrip that goes that far. Sorry, I know I got very distracted.
Okay.
I'm channeling Sulveran's distraction right now.
Just gonna go ahead and start doing it. Sulveran is now in roughly the middle of this plan. Old Bart is going to up. He will. I think he probably already would have done this, but at the moment, so he'll Crimson Right. Thunder. Lightning. On his I'm taking one sword, which lights up.
It rolled the wrong die type. It rolled a d4 and it should be a higher one. Old Bart humans his way forward amongst gods. Literal Crucible Knight just shot through the entire thing.
Oh no, that's the wrong die too. Dang it. Only a d6.
It's really hard to roll the correct dice.
That's
Like,
okay. Still a 2.
This
You
is your
deserve the
penance
6
for.
after all that problem.
No.
You
No.
did.
All right, now he's going to move forward. Your first.
Old bot Tom Cruise runs.
Yeah.
For his age, does he have to roll not to sprain his leg?
He's only like 40.
Yeah, he's not that old.
Okay.
Hey, 40 is enough that you have
Part
to
of the
roll for your
character.
Well,
lower
Bart,
back.
his name is actually kind of like insulting.
It's like young Caro.
No,
It's worse than that,
it's
actually.
not like young Caro.
Sorry, I'm just double checking.
What
He
else
said,
is a
he
hard-
said
Upstairs
damage a
is
creature
on-
first. I'm just double checking
on
how
farm.
brand investigation works.
Yeah, you have to damage it with your right.
Does he want to shoot crossbows? No, he's just going to keep running. Up next to Sulveran. So he's got his shield out. He will do stuff on his. Yeah, because he kind of already pre-did some of his stuff. Okay, that's his go. Will is in your turn.
Will like turns and looks at Kala and gives her a smile, and with her left hand draws the rapier that is always on her hip that she never uses. She draws it and she does the most mocking version of like a salute that she saw Melf and Alveron do at the start of the sparring thing. And then just dimension doors to go be closer to the fight and draw some attention from Medea. So I'll just be here.
Hey,
Everybody's just
Four-
charging in.
4 wills with rapiers appear, like swirling. More like a dance than anything actual combat related. And I'll fly up and do it over the cube if that's necessary.
Sure, that's fine.
And then for my bonus action, I will turn to Sulveran and just say, just keep trying, and give Bardic Inspiration for the next attempt that Sulveran has to lash out. And that's it.
I'm just going to click some stuff on Lothkar real quick. He has potency up and has flushed it out, so the negative affecting him for the minute. So currently his strength is actually 21.
holy shit.
Rippling muscles.
It's-
Like,
My man's
Technically, it
right.
sounds impressive till you realize a dwarf can have that at level 1.
okay. Our champion is then going to go. He's going to step. How far up are you again, Will?
On the floor,
You're on the floor? Okay.
because I'm designing myself to distract from Medea.
Sure. This guy's going to walk up. Going to use a point to enlarge himself. So you suddenly see him just like all his limbs extend out, it becomes bigger. So he is a large creature for this. You even have to move. And then he is going to he actually has a maul. Which swings at you twice. Sorry, 3 times.
The first one hits a mirror
Jesus
image,
Christ, that's not
probably.
right. Oh, it's the
Well,
crit.
The good thing is that
it's
it's a mirror
just-
image.
It's not all of those. I'll fix it. It's just the 46.
Doesn't matter. It kills a mirror image.
Yeah, that would have been 40 damage to you. So, but second
Jesus,
swing.
though.
I'm not fixed it. It's only gonna roll the 4.
That killed a mirror image.
He's just whack-a-moling you. The less attack will miss the mirror
I
image
mean,
as
it
well.
misses
but-
no matter what.
It
But
misses
it
Will.
actually misses
mirror.
Will. Will just
Okay.
Yeah.
steps past that one. Is like, what is this? What's this guy even doing?
Like he's getting angrier and angrier, and he's realizing, oh, this isn't working. You know.
He's swung through you. He's a little bit off balance, but now you're dealing with not a small duergar, but a large one, and he is actually going to move over to here to kind of block off other people from attempting to move up onto the throne a little bit better. That's going to be his turn. Lothkar is going to go. Lothkar is going to run up.
Lothkar's going to show his true colors as a level 1. Wait.
Yeah. Makes his level 1 attack.
He flails and falls on his own sword and dies immediately.
He is a level 1 commoner, a new class.
I believe in him, though.
So he's going to move to there. And I don't want to do this stuff. He casts Hunter's Mark on.
It was an outrage.
Oh man, he's going to cast Hunter's Mark on the champion who's blocking his way.
Oh, is he a vengeance paladin?
He is actually a vengeance paladin. You have correctly guessed
Yeah.
what he is.
Yeah, because you would never make someone a ranger by choice.
No, that's a pun.
Why would you build that as an NPC?
So that's his bonus action. He is the Misty Steps, but no. He will finish his move. Here. Lord Zakan. Here. Notably, Lord Zakan does not have any weapons apart from these oversized metal gauntlets from this black metal. One of which he's going to use to try to punch Medea into the ground.
I like that description.
Missing. Okay. Second attack. That one hits.
Yeah, just barely hitting.
Even with haste. That was really good.
Cutting words it.
Okay, that's really good. 48 as well.
Will says, looking at it, says, so strange to choose to miss as your last act as king of a dead city.
Will is so mean. I love it.
Ooh, that was a good sass.
All right, turn
Yeah,
that
definitely.
into just a miss, thanks to haste. Okay. So I'm just double checking how this works. Okay, so he's going to make 2 more attacks with these giant boots as well. Ignore the second damage. That would have only mattered if Iron Fist had actually hit.
Okay.
But I want to get rid of it because it does. Oh, yeah, it's only out
Yes.
one. Thank good. That was going to crit.
Cool.
So you're going to take 19 points of damage from that last hit, as these large boots are trying to knock you down here as well. That's going to be his turn.
I like Medea's short enough that they're getting stomped on by a dwarf. That's good.
Yeah.
It was very fun.
It's then going to be
Very crushed toes.
Uba's turn.
I think that Uba is gonna kind of move off to the side so as to not be super disruptive. We'll go over here. And I think I can't tell because there's like a lot of people nearby. Can Uba hit that demon with an arrow, or would they end up hitting other people that are in the way?
You can make the attack attempt.
Okay. So yeah, I'll do 2 of those then.
Whether you hit or not, we'll see.
Who is Uba targeting?
The demon to your left.
Okay. You roll for mirror image first, right?
Mirror image.
Correct.
Yeah.
The demon rolls the mirror image usually.
Yes.
First one goes on. Okay, yeah, that breaks the second mirror image.
And then the third one.
The other attack is a miss on both the mirror image and the camp.
Okay. So I didn't hit the demon. I hit one of its.
You hit one of the mirror
copies.
images. Yeah.
Gotcha.
The arrow passes through and just dissipates the creature. The second arrow flies, but it has enough time, and it seems to kind of preempt that both it and the mirror image step out of the way of the arrow as it flies down on you.
Gotcha. I guess that's all I can do then.
All right. Koji moves up next to you. That's your turn. Kala is going to go way in the back.
I'm just measuring something.
Sure.
The really gross line that exists that doesn't hit anybody except for these two.
Yeah, that exists. I see what you're.
Despite that, I think Kala begins to walk forward now safely at the back. I really like this automatic ruler thing.
It's good.
And raises her hand and will cast magic missile as 4 little motes of shadow coalesce in front of her, and they ping out, and as they ping out, they turn into miniature versions of her shadow blade. I'll cast it at 2nd level.
Who are you targeting?
And hitting the demon.
Okay. All straight down.
44 plus 4. 13. That's not bad.
What's that work with?
It just goes through mirror image.
As with everything, unless it casts shield, it just works.
Okay. Yeah. So the magic somehow knows which ones are fake.
Yep. That magic missile knows everything.
These all hit the demon, who kind of that wretches.
Then we'll bonus action dash to move forward a little bit more.
Okay. They're going to at the end of Cal's turn, the champion is going to use a legendary action.
Good boy.
To attempt to magically charm Medea.
Whoa, by 1.
Okay, that fails. Okay.
You don't have advantage
Oh,
for any
plus
reason.
10, goddamn.
Your aura doesn't help you here.
That's already included in other stuff.
Oh fuck.
I honestly was expecting this to fail.
Okay, at the start of my turn then, something goes off.
I'll describe it real quick. So they kind of, as you're getting ready to stab at them again, they lean in and they whisper. They whisper to you, saying, I know about your village. I know where all the people are. I can help you. All you have to do is help me. At which point the magic flows into you and you become charmed, and then it is your turn.
At the beginning of my turn, my channel divinity activates, and I will repeat the saving throw once. So I will just make another rhythm save. Definitely breaks through it.
Correct.
That's the action.
Now, then you use your action to kind of summon this inner reserve of strength to break the magic away from you. You still have your bonus action.
I'm going to use my hasted action to make an attack against the demon. As Medea has seen this thing and almost instinctively snaps themselves out of it, setting their feet on the ground to continue assuaging this thing. Has to roll an 11 or higher for this to miss, right? Okay, so that misses, or sorry, that kills the last mirror image.
Destroys the last mirror image, yeah, and they're like, ah! Both frustrated that you somehow broken through their charm after seemingly have fallen under it, and then also that you've destroyed their last mirror image.
And then Medea will use their bonus action to make that blunt attack against it. Hitting.
That does hit.
And I will spend a first level smite on this.
They are going to also hellish rebuke you.
Okay. So 22 damage total.
2 damage total.
Hellish rebuke is a dex save, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, I have advantage because of haste. Oh, that rolled wrong. I accidentally did this
18.
advantage.
So you do succeed. So you're to take 17. Yeah, 17 points of fire damage as this conflagration erupts underneath you in retaliation for your attack. The Cambion is looking very injured at this point in time. Way past blood. It's then Alveron's turn.
Okay. Media, that attack was on the actual demon, correct?
Yeah,
all of your attacks are
it
focused
doesn't
on?
have a mirror image anymore, so it's getting hit again.
Got it. Okay. In that case, I will shift my fire. Andrew, I want to ask: is there space up here where I'll be able to hide, or is it too open?
There's not really a very good space for you to hide in that.
Wrap himself in the banner.
Yeah, there we go. All right. I figured, honestly. I just wanted to check and make sure. And I don't want to just wind up stationary here. I do want to kind of close in on the combat with y'all. All right. Then I will take
You
one
also,
last...
if you don't hide, you can make a second shot as well.
Oh, that is true. Yeah. Okay. But I would only get the one sneak attack. Still worth it.
Correct.
All right. I will shift fire and I will aim for the demon, actually.
Right.
So I will make that shot.
Good. Hard for the demon.
I mean...
As it desperately tries to not die.
Fuck
That first attack does miss.
I
mean,
you're
hidden.
hidden.
Aim here
Hidden,
action for advantage on that.
You have advantage already, so go ahead and roll it again.
Oh, yeah, that is true, actually.
You hid previously.
Just the 1 in 400.
Why do I keep forgetting to roll that?
That does hit.
All right. Throw sneak attack on there just to be sure. Oof, not my best work. And then just a regular bonus action attack. Regular attack. I don't have what's the word for it?
Sneak attack.
Advantage on that one.
No.
All right.
That does hit though.
All right, so another
28
10.
is
And then I will move up. Come on, you. I see you. 1, 2, 3.
Your turn ends.
Oh, and I had to spend another spell slot on that hellish rebuke as well.
Please. Have any teleporting type stuff? It wanted Lord Zakan to knock you away so it could back up, but it wasn't able to do that. So It's going to go for Baroque here. And you injured at all? Yes, you are. Okay. It is going to cast on you Feeble Mind.
What is it casting?
Feeble Mind.
Oh, okay.
So
Damn.
you're gonna take 17 points of damage. That just happens. And I need you to make an
Okay.
intelligence saving throw.
Okay. Well, there goes nothing. Oh, thank God.
Okay. You do
I was not
succeed.
ready to play a character for a month. Oh, God.
You do succeed. So you it kind of summons as much of the magical energy that it has, with some effort. And it says, "If I cannot have you, I will break your mind." As it points at you, you feel this kind of happen, but you are resilient and you claw together, your intelligence, your personality, your force of will, to contain it all, negating the secondary effect of Feeble Mind, which is to make you essentially unable to do most things, or unintelligent and in every single way. You do still take the 17 points of damage, but you are not feeble-minded. Foiled once again. Looks enraged, but it's not.
I was terrified it was going to be a bad roll.
It's not its turn.
Feeble Mind is my least favorite spell to get hit by.
Yeah, it was going to save it a little bit, but you guys just right away dove for it. It is then going to be Kalash's turn, who, sensing weakness in Medea as you are now bloodied, is going to attempt to finish you off if it can. 2 great axe attacks. First one hits.
Are these okay?
Second one misses.
Mm-hmm.
Only 12 points of damage from the first hit as this great axe slices down into your back as you're momentarily still caught off guard by the Feeble Mind spell and recovering.
Mm-hmm.
However, by the second attack, your haste has caught up and you dodge out of the way. Be their turn for now.
Medea's looking more than bloody, not on death's door, but is not doing great.
The Cambion, feeling like if you stay up, it's going to die, is going to use a legendary action to quickly do a fire ray on you. As missing, just breaking against you. That's going to be their legendary action. It's then going to be Sulveran's turn.
Were you Ramona, were you saying something? That feedback, I couldn't tell if it was voice.
I don't think so.
Alright, so Sulveran just keeps steadily walking and finds himself side by side with Will again, facing Kalash. And almost carelessly, like it's very obvious that his attention isn't on it, he just swings his hand and the spiritual weapon lashes out at the demon again for that bonus action.
hitting.
For absolutely minimum damage. Okay. And then he is going to turn to Kalash, and he is glancing between Medea and Kalash fairly gravely. Kalash hasn't been hit yet, has she?
She has been hit
Medea hit them once.
by Medea,
Okay.
yeah, earlier.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
They don't look very injured, though.
Yeah.
Apart from the demon, none of them look very injured, actually.
Yeah. And so whenever he stepped into the space, his spirit guardians are flowing around him now. Spirit guardians don't activate until they start their turn in that space, right?
Correct, yeah.
Mhm.
All right. So he's going to turn to Kalash, and he looks like over his shoulder at this enormous duergar, and then back at Kalash, and says, in a very like, it's a little bit whiny. Like there's a sense to this that is a little higher pitched, a little younger sounding. And he says, Kalash, you remember how much I hate fighting. And as the spiritual weapon goes off on the other, and instead of a second attack, he is going to cast his Twilight Sphere, or it's not really a cast because it's not a spell, but his Twilight Sphere erupts around him, and everyone that he can see. Alveron stayed visible last time, right? Because Alveron wanted that extra attack.
Yep.
Okay, so everyone that he can see is going to gain the effects of that Twilight.
All right.
Twilight Sanctuary.
Yeah. And he includes, so he has up to 10.
13, right?
Yeah, 13 temporary HP.
That's very nice.
And as he pauses before he does it, but as he speaks to Kalash, he is, I'm sorry guys, going to include her in this.
Ooh.
Give the
effect.
Raging Barbarian more hit points.
Yeah.
Sulveran.
Yeah. I was hoping it'll snap her out of it. Can I make another
Yeah, you can keep making checks for free if you like.
I mean,
I'll give you advantage for having spent a full action to do something on it.
Okay. I was gonna say I can spend full actions on this. I mean,
You're welcome to. Yeah.
like,
I want you to, in fact.
I know you do.
I'm gonna start taking my
And
full action.
that's
to
just
hit
the raw
floor
20,
to
so
try and
plus
break
9.
Plus 9. Okay.
And you know what?
So you had advantage, right?
Yeah, roll again.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I was gonna say I am gonna roll that. And I have Bardic Inspiration for this specific task.
So it's 27 plus your D8 now, right?
Yeah, 27 plus D8.
Okay. See what that D8 looks like. 31. Jesus Christ.
Okay. You cast this blanket of sanctuary, Twilight Sanctuary, which reinvigorates or invigorates everybody in the party, since a good amount of you haven't taken very much damage. And it's kind of a familiar feeling to all of you as it washes through everybody. You see Kalash actively pause when this happens, muscles straining seemingly against themselves. They were winding up to take another swipe at Medea. However, they pause. All right. Old Bart is Old Bart, I already moved him. He moves up. He's going to attack this. Nice. Longsword. The lightning damage. Attack. Second attack hits. 16 points of damage. He's also going to Brand of Castigation. The big guy. If anybody takes damage, or if he deals damage to anybody, he will also take a certain amount of damage. In this case, it will be 3 points.
And it's only people within 5 feet. Of Bart.
Old Bart. Let me move. Old Bart will then be here.
In the perfect
Great.
position to get lightning bolted. Like a nerd.
No. That's gonna be Old Bart's turn. It's gonna be Will's turn. Will, the Cambion looks like it is about to drop and probably would have died already if not for the mirror of itself. Duergar behind you is looking like it's about to attack you. And Lord Zakan's Lord Zakan.
Can I make some kind of roll? Sulveran's emotionally invested in this Kalash situation. Can I make some kind of roll to see if even though I can feel like the presence of like Sulveran's entire entity going out to this creature, if Will thinks that's ever gonna break? If this is a thing that is like breakable at any point.
Yeah, I'll leave it up to you if you want an insight or arcana or however you want to think to tackle that angle.
I'll take it as arcana, I think.
I'm amazed
I'm
you
glad
picked
somebody in
Arcana.
the party
I
has
can't
sense.
imagine why.
Well, because Will's thinking of breaking it with a spell.
With a 21, you can definitely tell it's strong magic, and breaking it entirely through words alone would require basically a miracle of some kind. It's clear that Sulveran is having an effect on Clashed, and they are not fighting as hard as they perhaps could, thanks to successful checks. It's possible to break the spell, but not through words alone. You don't think it's going to happen with your 21. And you're not sure exactly how powerful the magic is. So
yeah,
even with the 21, I don't think you didn't see the casting or anything, so you're just kind of going off of what you can tell from what you know about it.
Yeah, I think Will sees the demon still up, and like that's the biggest threat I think that Will can see. So she for a moment goes to raise her hand towards Kalash, and instead of completing what she was going to do, sweeps it around and collects just these particles of ice, and I'll cast say a 4th level Hailstone Barrage.
Fingers crossed
so
the fire demon doesn't like that.
The first one at the demon.
Oh, I will tell Sulveran, this demon in particular, was not the demon that visited your tribe. On description alone. It's not big enough. It just doesn't look right.
Yeah, I figured it wasn't big enough because you did describe
that does hit. You just get one
The
hailstone?
second one? No, I'm just giving you time in case this is enough to kill it. The second one against the demon, that's obviously. The third one against the demon?
On the third one, it dies. You do note that the cold damage did seem to be resisting the cold damage a little bit. However, it was dead enough already that you can describe how the last one.
I think the first one hits it, and where the its resistance naturally, like the burning flame from inside it, like dissipates it, and then the second one hits it, and that energy is not there anymore, and it just like pierces into it, and this like cracking starts, and just around that small wound, a bunch of like cracked, shattered, like icy glass kind of appears, and then I guess I'll throw the third one at the Lord.
Okay.
The fourth one, rather. It's a 21 hit.
That does just barely hit.
Alright, so 10 points of cold damage. And as Will and her now one mirror image are like just flinging these. So it looks like there's 8 of them going out from different angles, and she's like swiping her hand up. She turns to Sulveran and murmurs, I fear that Words enough will not get through to your friend. But keep trying, and I'll give you another bardic inspiration for the next time.
All right. Seeing you kill the demon, this duergar champion is going to focus its eyes down on you then. Enlarged as it is, it brings its maul around. Looking down at you.
It has to make spirit guardians, right?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, I was.
It fails spirit guardians. Go ahead and roll damage on that.
Oh, happily.
And the crit once again hits my final mirror image.
God damn.
Getting lucky with that.
And that was
Mirror image is good.
Yeah, I crit a lot with him. 15.
that was a 4th level, so let me toss the other 1d8 on there.
Nice.
What's that? 4?
Yeah.
Right.
And close down this popped out mirror image that I stole from the.
The mirror image is saving you.
Yeah, mirror image has done a lot this combat.
I mean, Will is a very, very competent tech.
Second strike.
I shield.
Would hit you. You shield? Okay. Boom. Blocking that's a damage. Magic defense is winning the day this time. Looks about slamming on his breastplate. Frustrated that he hasn't been properly. Only destroying your magic clones.
So many Wills died today.
Yeah, at least 4. Or, sorry, at least 3, but maybe more.
Just piles and piles of will corpses. At some point in the middle, you hear like a sending sent to you that's just like them saying like "Thank you for the gift of life." You know.
Lothar's going to
Can
try
we
to
not get existential on this?
I
Wow.
do not like that.
Lothar's going to try to move around to try to get closer to Lord Takan. There's tons of people on his way, so he can't really get there. So instead, he's going to.
I mean, we're allies. He can pass me. I mean, he's gonna take an
I have a
attack with
question.
Duergar, but
Yeah, but Kalash is there too, so he's got to like really.
Just can I ask one question
Yes.
before you continue this? My mirror image did take damage, and was within 5 feet of all bard.
Your mirror image didn't. I don't. Let me read mirror image real quick. I don't think it counts
I don't
as taking
think it
damage.
works that way, but I thought I
it
would ask
doesn't.
just in case that 3 is relevant.
No, mirror
No.
image doesn't have HP. It's
Yeah.
simply if its AC is hit, it is instantly destroyed by anything.
All right.
Otherwise, if it was like if it were your familiar or something, yes. But since it doesn't have HP, it doesn't technically do
I
damage.
should have been
I'm gonna
ignoring mirror
block
images
something
because of
there.
blind sight. I just realized.
Good point. We'll have to remember that next time.
But next
Yeah.
time.
It would have come up. It would have been useful. Okay, so he's going to attack the champion. Hitting.
Holy shit, he has a lot
sorry.
of dice.
It's only the 6. I hate that it's auto. I always forget to. It's automatically includes if there are 1 or 2 handing stuff.
Is he two-handing his flail? Or
No, sorry.
one-handing?
It's spoilers. Lothkar can also cast Enlarge on himself. So it would be 16 if he had done that, but it's only 8 plus 2,
Okay.
which is 10. He will, however, spend a smite.
He has has he not used the... Never mind. I just realized.
It's my section.
Hey, does it say that Smite has a... Oh, it's got a frightened component. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's a slightly different smite. He's going to do it at...
Andrew, you know what I just realized should
Which
have
they
happened?
fail. What's that?
My Channel Divinity should have given Kalak a chance against her saving throw as well. If there was any...
You're assuming that
charm
they're
effect.
making a saving throw.
True. If it
But,
was magic, though, yeah.
That's like assuming Will makes a saving throw to be Will. I think this is the state of being of Kalash, and that's why.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, it's all been terrible. All these purple-eyed folks.
I also think you have to choose to include them still, so that would be a question of
Yeah.
did that or not.
Yeah.
That's his first attack, which does quite a bit to them. He will use his attack. Oh, and Hunter's Mark.
Decent.
Second attack misses, unfortunately, glancing against the plate mail that the champion is wearing. It's going to be Lord Zakan's turn, who is going to...
Is he? No, he's not, because it's not blue.
No, he's not in there. He's going to attack Medea with his fist again. Missing you.
Missed.
He's going to move around you.
He'd enter Spirit Guardians and take the damage. Is that right?
That's fine.
And that's also
That's a success, I think.
He'll take half damage. So. Oh, sorry. Hold on.
Uh, 25, 12.
You roll D8 so well.
Yeah, you've been rolling real hot. He's then going to punch Sulveran in the face.
Oh.
Get away from my puppet.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, let me
That
make that
hits.
Constitution check.
So you take 43 points of damage. It's a strength check as well, after.
DC 21 con check. My God.
Yes.
You get the bonus for this con save from being in my aura of +3.
Sure, you do
Yay.
get that.
And you're good at
You
that.
could make it.
That is still a fail. With the +3, it is a success. You were
Alright, and now a
saved by
strength
that.
saving throw?
Yeah, I need you to make a strength saving throw too.
That's really funny.
Hey, you kept it.
You succeed on that one
19
as
total.
well, just barely again, thanks to the thing. You take this gauntleted fist to the jaw, like you reel as you barely manage to keep your grip on Spirit Guardians and barely manage to stay standing. As Zakan just like sucker punches you in the face.
I think as Sulveran is spitting out blood, he is going to... He looks at Lothkar like he's going to say something, and then his expression turns back to Kalash, and he says, "You're just going to let him call you a puppet?"
Okay. There is, again, a twitch.
Oh, is this time... So this time Sulveran's close enough to see that full twitch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I got distracted by that. Yes, below.
A hell of a hit.
How much HP does
Okay.
Sulveran have?
They're then going to use a stomping foot on Will, attempting to push you down.
I dare you.
Yes.
That misses.
You miss out of the way, and they're going to
Your
replace
shield's
their...
still going, right?
That was pretty much a third of his HP. That was a rough hit.
They're going to replace
My
their...
God.
Oh, it didn't give me a template. Sorry. They're going to replace their last attack with a flame jet. And they turn around and target Medea.
Okay,
So it only is going to hit you.
I keep accidentally rolling with disadvantage, so just 10 damage.
That is success. So yeah, you take 10 points of fire damage as
The-
out from this gauntlet, the runes on it glow, and he just unleashes
It still doesn't even break through Sulveran's shield. Like, as Medea just, like, brushes up and, like, the shield of night, like, it tries to burn through it, but it just absorbs most of it.
Okay. Coming back around, it is then Uba's turn.
Okay, so first of all, Uba's gonna move the hunter's mark onto the big I'm forgetting his name.
Duergar champion.
He doesn't
Yes.
have a name. You never
Yes.
cared to ask what his name was.
Yeah, so Uba's gonna
Excuse
move
me,
the
sir.
hunter mark to there.
What's her name?
We
And
got a red shirt.
and then Uba will zip up to here with Kojin behind them. I think I'm gonna try this like poison short sword.
Nice.
But since I do the double attack, will the poison just be on the first
This is
attack?
the first one.
Just the first one. Okay. Let's
Well, the
see
first
how
one that
this-
hits. Anyway.
Okay. Let's see how this goes.
Only the first one hit, anyways.
Okay, so that's 7d6 plus 1 from Hunter's Mark, and then this one was already injured.
Mhm.
Okay. I'm also gonna say that Kojin's gonna help with the d6 thunder damage. So I'll just. Do you want me to just tack that on?
Do them separately for reason.
Okay. So this is poison, Hunter's Mark, and. Oh, does he count as a fiend? Or
No.
no?
This
Okay.
is a humanoid dwarf.
Okay, and then also I'm not sure. Is the bonus that Uba has for like +2 on one-handed melee weapons, is that automatically added, or do I need to add that myself?
It's in there.
Okay.
Don't you also have Giant Slayer? Or
No, I don't think so.
Colossus Slayer.
Colossus
Oh yeah,
Slayer, yeah.
Colossus Slayer is added in there already.
I
Hooray!
think there's another feature that's called something.
And
yeah.
then let me do Kojin's little bonus.
By the way, Kojin was also included on
Oh,
that 13
yeah.
HP.
What was that?
Kojin was also included on that 13 HP earlier, that temp from
Oh,
Twilight.
cool.
I forgot to mention that Kojin was in the whole crew.
I like this short sword. And I think that's it.
Nice.
Andrew has to do resistance maths.
Yes, it. You still. So he goes past bloodied with this as you stab this poisoned short sword down into his thigh. He is a dwarf, so he's resistant to poison, but he still takes half damage. So the 76 gets reduced to. The 30 of the 76, because one of them is Hunter's Mark, gets reduced down to 12. But the rest of the damage is normal. So he still takes a ton of damage from this as you plunge your short sword. But he doesn't quite go down. Any other actions or anything else? Okay.
Mm-mm.
That's your
I really
turn.
like the visual of this, though.
Yeah, it was just stabbing this like gigantic dwarf in the foot. It's like, take that.
Keep it snap
Yeah,
here.
get his ass.
Great goes as well. Kala.
How tall is the Drugo?
The champion.
Yeah.
In the current form, I think it's like 8 feet or so.
Is it possible to shoot a lightning bolt upwards that will hit it and miss everyone else?
Sure.
I'll dash to make sure that I'm in a appropriate.
That's style.
Just hit Lothkar.
Kala, as she runs up, is like waving her. Does this have a material component? I never check these things.
It's a bit of copper wire.
Looking at me like that.
She's got she wears a ring that's just a tangled piece of copper wire,
Did he get
and
dinner?
as she spins her
he
hand
chew up my
around and
Kayla?
around and around.
I don't know where he got it
This is the
from.
most important thing that's happening.
I don't know if you guys saw me get up for a second and grab something from him, but that's what it was.
What the fuck?
I don't know where he got it from either. It must have been in the
Oh my
living room
god, I
somewhere.
haven't heard of Vine in the
Right
wild
there.
in years.
Emily loves Vine. She knows all the Vine. I don't. I never was on Vine.
Please tell Emily I appreciate the vine droppings.
Okay.
Wait, I can probably phrase that better.
Yeah, so
Sorry,
Jack.
Jack.
Kala runs up and is spinning her hand with this copper ring on it, and she spins it faster and faster, and then just like shoots out with a pointed hand this shadowy black mass of lightning into just the duergar champ.
Die.
I'm not gonna put a template down.
That's fine. It will just.
Kala is super limited while concentrating on it.
Probably killing him. They're cool dice. 33. Okay.
Kala gets Will's dice. They share that as well.
Failing. You can describe how he dies since you're control Kala right now.
The lightning hits like he doesn't even see it coming. It's like his just below his arm as he's trying to swing, like in his the softer part of the armor.
Yeah.
And it crackles. And the lightning doesn't affect him. It affects the shadow that is his shadow on the ground, and that shadow just evaporates as he dies and falls.
Oh, fuck.
As he dies,
I want to play a shadow caster now.
He reverts back to normal size. Dies.
I'll move a bit further back.
The end of Kala's turn, sensing that he is he's losing allies rapidly, Lord Zakan is going to spend a legendary action to attempt to. He's going to try to punch Medea again. Die, Paladin. Missing you again.
Oof.
From KC.
This is the greatest haste that's ever been cast.
Yeah.
It is.
You guys are winning this battle by inches as well. There's been so many very close rolls that like a little thing has put you over the top. All right, that's his legendary action. It's then going to be Medea's turn.
Okay. Unsurprisingly, Medea is going to do what Medea does best and hit this thing as hard as Medea can. 4 times in a row, in fact. Let's see it. Okay. 1. Oh, that should have an extra 9. I forgot to apply it. So that's 21 on the first one.
Okay.
Miss. Hit. And then hit. Okay. And then I will add. I'm just going to add 3 first level smites to hit this thing.
Okay.
There's no reason to. So that's going to be 68 on top. As Medea again is like almost wordlessly reacting as like purple lightning sheets off the spear, and they're just slamming into the king as hard as they can. They've seemingly seen the demon defeated, and now they see a new thing attacking them, and almost like a cornered animal just continues to lash out as fast as they can.
Okay. With the final blow, Lord Zakan becomes bloodied. As you, once again, he is also very armored up, almost as armored up as you are, despite not having a shield on. But you're still managing to get through this defenses and stabbing down in bursts of radiant damage. As you can see, he's like got marks where his black armor is sooted white a little bit because of the difference in coloration. But he's still standing. You'll have to do better than that. Speaking of which, send Alveron's turn.
Yes.
Do better.
Yeah, no point in pulling those out. All right, I'm just gonna regular. So Alveron will move along the same path. When he gets here and he has the cover of the banner, he will attempt to hide and pass out of recognition. And then when he comes out from the other side of the banner, he'll put his sneak attack onto the king. So I'll make that stealth roll.
I mean, it makes sense because battles are busy, but also I just love the idea of him just like stepping behind the banner. There's nothing to see here.
Twink. Yep. I know.
Okay.
It's
Yes. Make
and
your attack.
then step out and make that shot.
Carefully avoiding the lava.
Carefully two-stepping over the lava. Remember to roll at that time. Thank God, but not gonna.
Boom, off of the armor.
Yep. Actually, let me. 1 second. Sorry, I thought I put it on the thing, but apparently I did not. Are features up here? Yes. We'll send that up. Or it's not divine. Oh, it's not supposed to be that. Sorry, it's supposed to be the other thing. Hold on.
Favored by the gods. Is that what you're thinking of?
Exactly. Yeah. So I will.
What's it? Okay, yeah.
Oh,
if you want to
yeah.
do that, you'll have to roll well. I'll just let you know.
I do know that.
Unfortunately, that's not well enough. Your arrow is seemingly directed by some divine, and you can describe how that looks. But it still glances against the thick plate mail that Lord Zakan is wearing.
Will you let me know? Did I miss it by 1?
You missed it by 2. His AC is 21. We've been fighting for a while. You will get
Gotcha.
that.
All right. I think it's far enough away that probably it wouldn't have been picked up on publicly that happened. So
okay,
I'm not going to worry about that.
Sure.
Son of a bitch.
Lashed is then going to go.
Save against spirit guardians.
You're not including him in the safe zone?
Well, it was cast before we walked into the room.
That's true.
Yep. So
he fails. He's gonna take away the temp HP you gave him.
Lashed is a she, right?
She, yeah, I don't know why I keep her.
As this happens, as these spectral Gathite smack the hell out of Kalash, Sulveran actually grimaces and says, like, as an aside, almost like he's still like fighting alongside her. Sorry, my error.
They are going to attack Dia. Yeah, twice. They haven't been given new orders yet.
Man, my
Hit you.
DAs. Jesus.
They do hit you with the second attack, dealing 12 points of damage.
Is that stall that I got from that 31 last time? Is that like reducing the attacks that she's making on Medea, or how's that? Is there a mechanic there?
There is a mechanic that's happening.
I don't need details. I was just wondering.
I'm happy for you to make an insight check.
I will take an insight check. Yeah, I wasn't trying to get details without.
Also making an insight check since I no longer have any interest in anything other than this. Look at how in sync Will and Sulveran.
Both on 12. Sulveran, you know that Kalash, at least when they were alive, could fight better than this, and you suspect, from what you've been told of the spell, since it doesn't inhibit their previous abilities at all, and supposedly actually enhance it a little bit, that they are not fighting quite at their full capabilities. And I think at 21, I will tell you, Kalash does have legendary actions. And I am not using them because you have been very successful on your other checks.
Got it. I think when Sulveran notices this, he's not quite grinning, but he's smiling and it's showing teeth. It's almost like a baring his teeth a bit. And he nods to Will as that happens. Did Will get anything different with that 17 being that she doesn't know Kalash, but has a different sort of thinking?
Will, you do get the sense that Kalash is having an effect, these words, and they're maybe holding back. because you've never seen them fight before, you're not aware of to what
Yeah.
extent. Sulveran, Clash is holding back quite significantly. They actually normally have 3 legendary actions, but they're not using at the moment. You rolled really, really well. That check earlier, which is still going for the moment, although that might change.
Got it.
It's then going to be your turn.
All right. Once more, again, very carelessly, like he's not paying attention to it, the alpenstock swings essentially on its own. And I lost the roll for that. Let me just pop it up directly. And it's going to, of course, target the king.
It does hit.
All right. And so he takes 16 force damage, and then I think Sulveran just goes very still, and he's studying Kalash. He is specifically thinking, and as he does this, he's thinking out loud a little bit to Will. I will keep trying. The question is whether she is possessed, for that is not something I can fix in the moment, or if it is a curse. And can I make an insight check or a religion check on that?
You can make a religion or arcana check. I think Will
Okay.
kind of already knows that, but
He wants to know whether he should use
I
the
have to
spell
think
evil or
about
good.
this.
Or
It is a curse of a kind. You know, or you understand as well from maybe this is with the 20. I will say this is the time that you get a sense of Mordain. You see the Raven's Feather token that Clash has on him, and there's a whisper in you that says, all that you see is but a shell. The soul is trapped. You can only free them, not save.
Okay. So when that happens, Sulveran straightens his shoulders out. Does that 20, when he's thinking about freeing them, does that indicate to him that greater restoration might be successful if fatal? Or is it just that he needs to drop Kalash all the way down with the rest of them?
I will tell you, if you were to spend, you could try Greater Restoration, or you could try a particularly powerful resurrection type spell, if you have one such prepared.
No, I only have Revivify.
That would not cut it. You would know.
Yeah, no, I don't load that many 5th level spells up.
You could try to dispel the magic. It is a magical thing that's going on here. It will be difficult.
Okay.
I think I was going to respond to Sulveran earlier, and I probably should have, because it feels more metagamey now. But Will in Gathite says, just erase the magic, but together. And she puts her hand on Sulveran's arm, and Sulveran can feel that she's starting to cast a spell.
Okay. And in that case, Sulveran will simply lend her his aid totally, and as he does so, I think. Let's see.
I think Sulveran knows Will well enough that Will meant we should both cast the spell at the same time.
Yeah, and so he's definitely gonna hold that his action until her turn, right? Is that what you're looking for?
You have to ready the spell, basically.
Yeah. So you're gonna ready.
It's a specific.
Yeah.
But it costs
The
you your
spell.
spirit guardians.
Yeah, that's fine.
You drop Spirit Guardians.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's going to reach out and just kind of like as Will like grabs his arm, he just shifts his arm to like almost clutch at Will's wrist to not interfere with her spell casting. And does it matter? Like, is like mechanically, is this something that we need to be thinking about? Like we're casting different spells at the same time, and that's fine.
So I will
suspect we're
say,
not casting different spells, but we might be.
I can tell you for a fact that I know you're not going to be able to cast the same spell because of. I'm pretty sure I know what Jack is thinking of, and currently Sulveran does not have that spell prepared. You can be casting different spells, and they will intertwine in this instance because you had just crit.
Okay.
And this is
so
like a
a
I also
planned
think
story moment that we spent a lot of energy on.
yeah, exactly. There are certain spells that you can choose to cast here, which will not like meet the standards to have an appreciable effect in conjunction with Will's spells. So you can't just cast any spell, but you can cast a spell and they will intertwine and maybe create a new effect. In fact.
Okay. So what he's prepared to do is that the moment that he feels Will is ready to cast her spell, he is going to reach for those feathers. Where are those feathers at?
I think they're hanging almost as like a necklace, so they're like right in between, right on the breastbone.
Okay, so he is prepared to reach and catch the necklace, catch the feathers, all at once, and to bring Kalash into him almost like a one-handed embrace while he casts Greater Restoration with whatever Will casts.
Okay. Old Bart, seeing this happening, is going to they're going to attempt to cast, or they're going to use Blood Curse of the Binding on Lord Zakhan to try to make it so that they can't interfere with your spells. So they're going to upcast it, or not upcast it, but empower it. I forget what the term.
Amplify.
Amplify. Thank you. They take 5, although that just comes from Sulveran's FHP. Make a strength, then Lord Zakhan needs to make a strength saving throw. If they fail, Lord Zakhan suddenly is overcome with a paralysis. Their speed is reduced to 0. They cannot use any reactions until the end of Old Bart's next turn, and I will include legendary actions, which makes it slightly better, but okay. Will
fails to shift to her wrist, and it's like unlike Sulveran, like to grab her in a way that is more like maybe needing of support than just like general like kindness, and because they're very close. And she smiles at him and will push her hand forward, and I think she's saying the spell in Gathite, which is unusual. She very rarely like incants full spells in Gathite, but she says it in Gathite, and she'll cast Dispel Magic and just try and touch Kolash's forehead to dispel whatever she can, along with whatever Sulveran's doing.
I'm going to have Will make an Arcana check, and Sulveran make a Religion check with Wisdom.
Okay.
If I'm 23. Sulveran, you can describe what this looks like when you're casting this spell and doing it. It is successful.
Okay.
And I will describe what the end result is once you've elaborated on how it looks.
All right. So I think as Sulveran reaches up to take these feathers in hand, he had been holding that alpenstock that he had readied earlier, and he just presses both that and the feathers against her chest. Meets her gaze, and it's, of course, he's looking up a fair amount because Kalash has always been much taller than him. And when he casts, there is a faint glow, just not from the alpenstock, but from the vertebra that hangs at his chest. And the specific words of the incantation that he says in Gathite are not audible because he is weeping.
All right. You reach out, grabbing this token. You can feel the magic flowing from Will into you at the same time. And as you grab it, a light, golden, but almost cast with streaks of a darker color intertwined in there. You see Kalash's eyes go full purple. They start full purple and they slowly slide into their normal form, into the same eyes that you remember looking at hundreds, thousands of times. And they meet with yours before a silent, stoic smile goes across their face, and you see, starting from their axe begins to crumble, flakes going out, up their hand begins to crumble, like dust and ash, and until their legs also, until they're just floating there in the air, head and body frame suspended. They nod at you. The rest of them just vanishes, leaving only the raven feather totem in your hand still. Kalash disappears.
I think Sulveran just steps back slightly again to be in line with Will. And then exhales and turns to look at the king. Like, that's the first time he's actually, like, stared him down. He is still, his face is still streaked with tears, and he is making no move to hide it.
I think for the rest of Will's turn, Will is also crying, but more for the like somberness of the moment at that that she was part of, that she probably feels she didn't deserve to be a part of. But she
Meanwhile,
turns and says
he's still clutching her.
Yeah. She turns to Lothkar and says, "Well, Lordling, take your throne, and I'll give him bardic inspiration."
Lothkar steps up, looking down at a paralyzed, wounded towards the Khan. Going to make his that feels appropriate.
Wow.
And
Yeah,
how well
I
he
was gonna
just
say
rolled.
he's gonna miss all of these, and he just crushed it.
He's going to smite.
That is hella damage.
3rd level.
Meanwhile, Lothkar's like, no, like, this is my story. I'm taking my throne back. Stop. I'm gonna go over here and be a badass.
Mm-hmm. Stop having your main character moment.
Yeah.
So the first flail attack just crushes Lord Zakan in the face. Second one.
Oh.
That's so unfortunate. Do I have anything I can give? No, okay. The second one missing as it just boom, rebounds against the armor. Lord Zakan, looking at Lothkar, is going to try to. Oh no, he can't move still because it's in all the Bart's room. I was gonna say he was gonna try to throw himself and Lothkar into the lava. Interesting. He can still attack, so he's just gonna go all out on Lothkar, assuming that you guys are gonna kill him on his next turn. Or on when it comes back around. That first one does hit Lothkar.
I think Will
needs to make a
assumes that will
strength save.
miss, like seeing the lack of skill to it.
Damn.
Okay, so that's 8. Forget to power overlap.
I don't think anything stacks.
I don't think so. Yeah, so he'll use. He will. I don't think he can't save him, but he'll use it anyways. He is knocked prone, at which point Lord Zakan should have advantage on the second hit. Still missing though. It's going to stomp down twice. Advantage on these. Hitting him again.
I'll cutting words the damage on the last one.
Okay. Lothkar's pretty fine all in all. Actually, he did take 32 just now. That's a lie.
He's fine.
Yeah,
It's
Will's
fine,
also
except for
not
the-
seen this foot hit anybody, so I don't think she knows that it doesn't do an enormous amount of damage.
It should do
will
more
move-
because he's prone. Sorry, let me actually do the extra 2d10. Okay.
It cuts 6 out of
He's
that.
actually just barely bloodied actually from this turn. Cut 6 out.
That's
Okay,
fine.
he's fine.
Uba, go kill the king
Uba.
and take your crown.
This
Oh, don't
guy's
take the crown.
got like two hits away. It's on you. Maybe one if you roll good.
I'm trying to think because I have lots of spells and stuff that do higher damage, but I can't do them without also hitting Sulveran, Will, and Medea.
If you hit him
You
with
can't do them
one
in your
good
bonus
bow
round.
attack, he will die. I will tell you.
Uber is the epitome of a carry in a MOBA who just gets the last hit. It's like bing.
Yeah.
If Lothkar had hit, he probably would have killed Lord Zakan, which is somewhat unfortunate.
Yeah,
'Cause that would have been cool.
I
I like
guess that
Uma
I'll
getting
just,
the kill too, though.
I'll move Hunter's Mark to him. And then I guess I'll just do 2 bows, and I'll say that Kojin will assist if one of them hits. But if I miss, this is just going to be embarrassing.
First one, boom.
Oh, it says that I ran out of arrows.
You have more.
I have more arrows. Okay.
You have a narratively appropriate amount of arrows.
They're normal arrows. It's okay. If Alveron, who has all these fancy arrows, who hasn't used yet. There you go.
Yeah, of course. What
Let
a
me
shot.
do the.
There we
the
go.
extra damage.
Yeah, we'll do a d6 for and Colossus Slayer, and then I guess I'll do Kojin separate. I think that this would probably.
You could have done Kojin with it that time.
Oh, whoops.
It was more for the poison damage that I was trying to break them out. It's still enough. How do you kill Lord Zakan with this arrow? He's kind of standing over Lothkar, getting ready to strangle him.
I think that Uba is actually Uba doesn't quite understand the gravity of the situation that just happened with Sulveran, but is still getting very emotional. So Uba's crying so hard that they miss the first shot, and then they kind of pull their shit together and aim kind of right under the arm when he's reaching out to strangle Lothkar. And then with a little boost from Kojin, hits.
It's good sound effects.
The arrow catches him and he flumps forward, kind of rolling slightly on the stairs at Will's feet. combat ends.
I'll, with my rapier, pick the crown up and offer it to
Okay.
the still prone Lothkar.
Bar begins to get himself up, reaching out and taking it, or placing it upon his head. Standing up, looking at the throne, taking a seat. That's where we're going to end today's session. All right. Wow. I will let Jack do their. Somebody has something to say this time. Jack,
do.
if you want to do your quick announcement before we head off.
Yes, very excitingly, I've been setting up a campaign for what feels like 3 months now. It surely can't be that
In
long.
like a
It feels
month,
like it's been the
a
whole
month
year.
and a half, maybe.
I've been thinking about it for most of the year and like the end of last year, but it will start Sunday morning at various American times. Join the Discord if you would like to
Early
be
American.
updated more accurately. It is either very early or like 11, and if you're Australian, it's at midnight. So
It's
please watch that.
11 hours
It's a
from
sci-fi game.
this exact time on Sundays.
Yeah. So, but it's a sci-fi game. It's really homebrewed. It's going to be really exciting. There'll be some very familiar faces playing. Charlie and Andrew are both players in that game, but also a few from the mini
Yeah,
campaigns.
you get to see me play.
Yeah, and all of the characters are really interesting. It's tonally a little bit less serious than this one that just made two PCs cry in the middle of a fight. And Uber have sympathy tears. But it's going to be really good. I'm looking forward to it a lot. Come watch the first episode if you can. But
Don't
otherwise,
worry.
share stuff around.
Valis will make people cry.
Valis is the saddest, saddest sack of a character I've ever seen. But yeah, if you want to share stuff around, this is the time. It's a brand new game. It's called The Infinite.
Infinite. Yep. Homebrew system or homebrew of 5e.
It's about 40% 5e bones at this point.
Yeah. All the character stuff is different, basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm super excited for it. Come check it out. I think it'll be really, really good. It's all players from the mini campaigns as well, which is really nice. Got a good cast. Thanks everybody for coming out. As we leave, the camera pans over. Sulveran, raven feather totem in hand. Fade to black.